Hello, welcome to Good Critic, Bad Critic, where we review movies and are absolute idiots when it comes to pointing out the good stuff. I am King Boomer, aka Brian. We got Captain Quintano here to my right, and then the King of Polka to my left. I believe he's referencing John Candy
Yeah.
in that movie. We are doing Home Alone. This is our Christmas special review. So I thought this would be a good one because, to my shock, when my buddy Craig told me a while back, he said Home Alone is just as big in the UK as it is in the United States, and I could not believe it.
Yeah.
So you want to give us a little background of that? Maybe explain to us Americans how that came to be?
How it came to be, I think it was just that popular a film.
Yeah.
It's really resonated. It just there is a lot of Americanisms in that film, but it's not so overtly American that it's inaccessible. And I think VHS sales helped that immensely. It was always popular when it was on TV. It's a pretty universal story, despite the circumstances that the kid at home alone, like the universal Christmas themes that they resonate just pretty well, regardless of culture. But yeah, it's not something like A Wonderful Life. I know you have that on one of the channels, has it on repeat or plays it every day or something like that.
Like a YouTube channel?
No, it's as far as I'm aware, one of the network channels in.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's like they either just play it constantly or it's like every day or something like that.
Yeah.
So we don't have anything like that, but it's just the only other film that sort of really captured that is Elf, which is it's a beloved Christmas film here, but I personally, it's not for me.
He's not a Will Ferrell fan.
I just find
but you do like Elf, right?
Actually, I'm a big Will Ferrell fan, but I found Elf to be not one of his better ones.
So good. It's like top 5 of most people's Christmas movies, man.
It usually is, yeah.
I am not most people, though, as we've discovered over the last 4 weeks.
You're a different breed.
I'm with Craig on this one, Captain. Sorry.
Right. I think I just find him.
You guys just
inconsistent, and he's just annoying on Elf. Like it's just like, even with his life, what you know about him, that person would not be acting like that. Will's
he's an elf.
Not,
he's a human elf. Okay, it's not a person.
Yeah. Like, okay, he doesn't know how showers work, even though he has a shower. At the start of the film, you see him in the little tub with the shower on, showing he can't fit in it. Yeah, he didn't know she'd be naked in the shower when he goes in there and starts singing with her.
Well, you got to think, man. The shower heads are sprinkling magical cleaning dust on you in the North Pole. It's not water.
He's still naked.
It's either magical cleaning dust or it's reindeer piss. Okay?
Yeah, we need to get back to Home Alone.
Right.
We started a full-on debate about fucking Elf. We're not even reviewing Elf today.
Okay.
Holy God.
Elf is super popular in the UK. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan ever. I've watched it under duress, but no, Home Alone. I think it's just the best man can get. I think it just resonates that well, and it's got the nostalgia factor. It came out in 1990. It's one of those, and it was just so well made. Such a good story. The script's really good. So yeah, it just sort of right time, right place, hit all the right notes, and it's just continued on. So that's it's 38. Well,
I completely agree with that sentiment. I think every geez, sorry, the dog's barking. I think every kid can relate to Kevin, and I think every parent can relate to his mother, especially the dad too, but the mother especially.
The dad's kind of a piece of shit, in my opinion. But
well, the mom kind of is in the beginning too.
Yeah.
But,
your son is a disease. They don't bat an eye. They're like, well, yeah, Kevin, you're kind of a piece of shit.
Yeah, but back to how popular it is in the United States, like it cannot be overestimated. I literally So I was telling Craig before we went on, I watched this movie once. I actually did a reaction to it because I figured, well, since I'm going to review this, I'll put it up on my Patreon for a movie reaction for the main stuff that I got going on. And then I watched it again a second time immediately after that. I think that was when I got off the phone with you, Quentin.
Yep.
Which that time I actually took notes, and it didn't take as long as normal because I know this movie pretty much inside and out. Seen it over 100 times. And then after watching it a second time, I go into the kitchen and the TV is on, and guess what's on the TV? Just starting.
Justice
Home Alone.
League.
Home Alone. So I was like, it was the first time in my life where I was like, well, I just watched this twice in a row, and now it's on a third time on TV, and I was kind of sick of it.
'Tis the season.
But that just it goes to show you how popular it is here in the States. It is the Christmas movie. I don't think there's any other Christmas movie out there that comes close to being as well known in the United States as Home Alone at this point in time. If there is, let me know because Elf is a very well known one. The Grinch with Jim Carrey.
It's a Wonderful Life. I thought that
Christmas Story.
A Wonderful Life. I don't know. When did that come out?
1940 something.
Yeah, well, that's why because it's so old. It's so
It might be
old.
1946.
Christmas Story is a classic, but it's a bit older, right?
Yeah, it's that one's in the
bit
80s.
older.
I've never seen that film. I know it's about the BB gun and what have you.
Yeah,
I've never seen it.
I'm gonna shoot someone's eye out with it. But do you guys know? So Chris Columbus, if that, I believe I got his name right there.
Yep.
He also wrote The Goonies, along board of Richard Donner, and also did the screenplay for Gremlins. Some other really huge classics.
Really?
I did not know that. Yeah. So
I did not know that.
Wasn't it John Hughes who wrote this?
John Hughes, yes.
So it's John Hughes, but also Chris Columbus wrote The Goonies alongside of Richard Donner. But he directed this movie, Chris Columbus, but he wrote The Goonies alongside Richard Donner and then did the screenplay for the Gremlins.
And he did the first two Harry Potter films.
He directed,
which I'm huge on.
Yeah, because I wrote down here that some well-known ones that he directed, and Mrs. Doubtfire, and of course the first two Harry Potter films, The Sorcerer's Stone and Chamber of Secrets.
Philosopher's Stone.
Oh, the book, right?
No, they changed it in the States for some reason.
Got you.
Do you want to know that reason?
What's the reason? No, I don't. Please tell me.
Okay, then this is going to sound like I'm being a complete asshole. Not. This is a genuine reason.
No, it's probably a stupid reason that, like, somehow it would have been offensive to American audiences or something like that, right? When they don't know what they're talking about because they never asked us.
The Philosopher's Stone.
They didn't think Americans would understand it. Essentially, they thought
that's crazy.
Because Philosopher's Stone is like there's a real mythology behind that thing.
You know,
essentially they thought
I don't
Americans
see
were too stupid.
that may be true, but I think the more realistic reason that they did it was because sorcerer sounds a lot more provocative and has a much bigger selling point than philosopher. Philosopher sounds boring, and sorcerer sounds like you have an adversary that you have to take down.
You're also taking your kids to see a movie. They're like, "Yeah, son, you want to go see the Philosopher's Stone?" Like you get like your kids being like, "The fuck is that, mom?" You know? Or do you want to go see the Sorcerer's Stone? Fuck yeah, mom! It's got a magic and sorcerers in it. I'm all in.
There you go.
I'm a grown man and I can't even pronounce philosopher. Fuck.
So they probably walked in the studio and the guy said, "Hey, I got this. I got the next big thing from the UK." And the guy goes, "What?" And he goes, "The Philosopher's Stone." And he goes, "Are you kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. We can't sell a philosopher. That's boring as fuck. What are we going to watch Plato read out of his up of a fucking stone tablet? Fuck out of here." And then he goes, "Well, what if we change it to sorcerer?" And he goes, "Now you're talking, my man. That sounds like money."
Oh yeah, because it didn't sell well in England at all. Like, in the UK, oh no. So yeah, put pay to that one, mate. Fucking sold over here. We got the Philosopher's Stone. We're like, yeah, that sounds fucking good. Boy wizard going to school. Yeah.
Yeah.
Americans, you need to sprig with Fruit Loops and Lucky Charms and shit to make
Fucking
it appeal.
right.
It's like, no, we
Yeah.
just went,
Otherwise, they ain't gonna show up. They're
Yeah.
risking a lot of money. You better sell that bitch.
It's marketing,
But
baby. Marketing.
There was a point late in the film. I thought, gee, I hadn't actually clicked that John Williams. I've forgotten John Williams did the score for it,
Yeah.
and it's the thing that off screen Quentin was singing the theme tune, and there's a bit of it on it. I thought, Jesus Christ, that sounds like Harry Potter. And it
Oh,
wasn't
yeah.
until
Yep.
I
Yeah.
thought, oh my god,
I can see that.
It's actually
Yeah.
hysterical that you mentioned that because I didn't even realize that that's what I was like singing 5 minutes ago. I was like, yeah, it sounds a little bit like Harry Potter. I was thinking in my head, not knowing it's from the fucking movie I watched 5 minutes ago.
It's John. Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
John Williams.
Yeah.
So anyway, back to bring us in 10 minutes in. So what happened with this film? When did it come out? How much did it make?
Oh,
Right,
we're gonna.
what is it?
Okay, so do you want me to go down the line and give you some
Give us your
factoids and stuff? Well, we were talking about it's directed by Chris Columbus, who he not only did the first Home Alone that we're going to review here, he did Home Alone 2 Lost in New York. He also famous for directing Mrs. Doubtfire, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone,
Thank you.
and Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. It was written by John Hughes, produced by John Hughes, cinematography by Julio Macat, editor Raja Gosnell, music John Williams, who is the greatest composer of all time, and hey, Hans Zimmer's number 2.
Along with
I
Hans
know
Zimmer.
you're.
Hans
I know.
Zimmer's number 1. Is that what you said? I couldn't hear you.
No, it's Hans Zimmer's number 2. Trust me.
What's your favorite movie in the world?
Huh?
What's your favorite movie in the world?
My favorite?
Yeah.
Oh, Gladiator. Yeah.
Okay. Who did the music?
It doesn't mean that his score's the best.
Sorry, we'll debate that another day.
I mean, look, I love Gladiator, but John Williams, he has a much longer record, and
Fair.
and he has the most memorable scores of all time. Jaws, Jurassic Park,
Yeah.
They're also older.
Harry
There's
Potter. What else is
Schindler's List.
there? Schindler's List. Oh my God. Fucking Saving Private Ryan. What else is there?
Yeah.
You
the
could
guy-
just go Back to the Future. Back to the Future. Oh wait, no, he didn't do Back
No,
to the
it's-
Future. That was Alan Silvestri. Never mind. Yeah. There's so many memorable, like John Williams. He has scores where you could literally hear the first 2 or 3 seconds of it, and you immediately know.
Oh,
what
Indiana
it is.
Jones, Dial of
Indiana
Destiny.
Jones, Superman.
yeah.
Oh, your favorite Star Wars movie, Rise of Skywalker. He did that.
Well, he did all of the Star Wars movies, pretty much all of them.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. That's
Yeah.
impressive.
Yeah, he did the original Star Wars.
Holy shit. Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
The- the-
crazy.
The guy's resume, whether you prefer Hans Zimmer or not, the guy's resume is undeniable. Like he is.
No, I see. I
He's
see
not-
what you're
he's-
saying
he's
now.
on-
I'm
on
like
paper,
trying to
he's-
scroll, and it just feels like it's a never-ending list.
And
of
every
movies.
movie
Holy shit.
has like the
Ooh,
most
Close
memorable
Encounters
score.
with the Third Kind.
Mhm.
That's a big one for me.
Yep. He's been doing it for a long, long time.
Been
And
very
I think he's-
successful and just as justifiably so. I mean,
Mhm.
Dracula.
iconic.
I'm not taking anything away from Hans Zimmer. I think Hans
No,
Zimmer actually
see what you're
has a
saying.
better range,
Yeah.
but John Williams is just absolutely incredible.
Can you imagine Hans Zimmer scored this film? It would be a very different film.
It would be a very
Yeah.
different
Music.
film. There'd be more
It'd be
death.
But yeah, but here's the thing: like you're laughing at it, but Hans Zimmer also did The Lion King. He can do.
He
kids
did the
movies.
fucking Lion King. He did
Yeah.
Top Gun Maverick, James Bond. Like, come on, bro.
Oh, the guy's a
Yeah.
genius.
Yeah, Blade Runner 2049. Just
I
about
still
every
like the
Christopher
original. The
Nolan
original
movies.
Blade Runner score is better by Van.
Yeah, and if
Ellis.
you didn't like the movie Wonder Woman, you can't deny that fucking music in Wonder Woman is
no.
insane.
It's fantastic.
That's probably the best superhero theme, maybe, other than maybe Superman, the original Superman, which was
Yeah.
once again John Williams.
John Williams.
John Williams, give
So,
you that.
And I'm not even that big of a Superman. The Christopher Reeves films. I'm not like a huge fan of him or anything. But
Never
that
seen him.
That Superman theme is, so good.
Oh, you know, it's instant.
We got to do
Right, man.
Superman at some point because I haven't.
That
seen
would be
the
a
originals.
great movie to review
Yeah.
down the road.
Oh,
Definitely.
I've seen it.
We should do it before the James Gunn one comes out. That way we can do a little bit of both.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. That's not a
Right?
bad idea. Though I'm not too thrilled about
Leave
seeing
crypto
that new
alone.
James Gunn movie.
You leave crypto alone. He's just a puppy, man.
That took me right out of it. It took me right out of it. Although, it's what do I know? Maybe it's gonna be good. All right, so we got a cast here. I don't have a very long list of a cast, but let's get the important ones out of the way. Macaulay Culkin as Kevin McAllister, Joe Pesci as Harry, Daniel Stern as Marv, John Hurd as Peter McAllister, Catherine O'Hara as Kate McAllister, and the only other one of that I put in here is Kieran Culkin as Fuller McAllister. So Fuller is actually the kid who plays Fuller is actually Macaulay Culkin's brother.
Yeah. He's at most of the dinner scenes in the earlier parts of the movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't. I think he has like one line.
Succession.
He does in a really weird eyebrow moment where he's like looking.
I never
at the
watched
camera.
Succession.
I've not seen it, but I know he was in it, and I know it's been very.
I clicked on his name on IMDb, and I'm like, oh, he's been in a lot of things. I just never really noticed him. But he's still acting today, and I think he's doing well because he's showing up in a lot of things.
I've seen him in more things than I have Macaulay Culkin. Scott Pilgrim. Okay, yeah, I've seen him in some things.
Mm-hmm.
But no, good on him, especially after like the childhood they had with the whole issue with the parents and the acting thing, and they still go on, they're still acting, and yeah.
Catherine O'Hara is basically America's mom in this movie. She is awesome.
She's actually surprised. Watching it back, I was like, she was surprisingly good. I haven't seen this for a few years, this film, and
she's awesome.
Yeah, and there was a few moments when I thought, when I was a kid, I thought, God, what a bitch. But now watching it, I thought, yeah, that's exactly what I'd do as a parent. Like when they're having the argument when she sends him up to bed, and I thought, yeah.
It just goes to show you, kid or adult, like this movie just is.
There's something in it
for
family. It's a complete family film.
Mm-hmm.
It is. It's heartfelt. It's got the humor in there, that Three Stooges like humor that I love.
Absolutely.
It's got a lot, man.
So it was distributed by 20th Century Fox. It was released November 16th, 1990. Had a running time of 103 minutes, a budget of $18 million, and a box office return of $476.7 million. It was, check this one out. So that's a lot of money, yeah. But it was number one at the box. It was number one at. I'll get to that. It was number one at the box office for 12 consecutive weeks.
Holy shit!
That is insane. You would never dream of hitting that today.
Does it have some records that still haven't been broken? It's got to have some crazy.
Next
records.
one I got written down here. The film held the Guinness World Record as the highest grossing live action comedy ever, and held it until it was overtaken by The Hangover Part 2 in 2011.
That's crazy that it got taken over by The Hangover, dude.
Yeah,
that's so crazy.
Of all the films,
not the first one, Part 2.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
I know I've seen Part 2. I couldn't say. I think they got a time.
Mike Tyson's in the first one, right?
Yeah, the first one is very memorable.
Yeah, the third one was dog shit.
Yeah, I mean the second one, there's some good parts in it, but there's the second and third don't even.
What's the one with the Chinese guy in the trunk? That's the first one too, right?
Yes,
the first one's when he's in the trunk.
Yeah, that's it's so iconic, man.
The guy gets naked. Comes out
okay.
Naked. Yeah.
Next factoid here. By the time the film had run its course in theaters, Home Alone was the third highest grossing film of all time worldwide, behind only Star Wars and E.T.
Wow.
Imagine that.
Yeah,
that's good company.
It is.
That's really good company.
400 million plus inflation from 1990. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of moolah.
Yes, it is. It was also the highest grossing Christmas film of all time until it was surpassed by... Anybody want to take a guess?
Hold on.
Love Act? No, Love Act.
No, you can't look it up, Quentin.
I'm not.
You gotta guess.
Hands are here. I'd say Elf.
Nope.
Overtaken in theater Christmas movie. No, Frozen's not Christmas.
Was it a film released after that, or was it a legacy?
Well, yeah,
film?
because it had to get passed or something.
Well,
I
no,
would
but it could be
imagine.
a legacy film that had re-releases or something like that.
Bad Santa should have
Oh.
passed it, but it's not.
I love Bad Santa, but no.
Bad Santa is so good.
So
That film
good.
is so funny.
They should never have made a second.
It was get this, because it's the Grinch.
Oh, Jim Carrey. Jesus.
But it's not the Grinch you're thinking of. It's the
Well, the one with-
animated
the
Grinch.
animated one
What?
Benedict
Yes.
Cumberbatch.
From 2018. I don't know if he's in that one because I never.
No, he
Watched
voices
it.
the Grinch. Yeah.
Okay.
Weird role for him to take on, but anyway,
He's-
that's
he's-
wild.
Benedict's everywhere.
He's
That man,
fantastic.
he's
If you've ever seen his motion capture where he was doing the voice of Smaug, even though, the Hobbit movies I have a lot of problems with, but holy shit, him crawling on the floor, embodying what a dragon would be like, it's insane.
No, I watched it just because I've got such a big fondness for Benedict. It wasn't a great film. Like, compared to Jim Carrey's The Grinch, no. It's night and day. You put in Carry On straight away. That's got nothing against Cumberbatch. I think he's fantastic.
Yeah, Jim Carrey actually just went on record in an interview for the first time ever. They were like, what character would you want to return to? And he said the Grinch would probably be that character.
Really? That's surprising.
At the same time, I think he knows how much money would be raked in for it. He has nothing but horrific memories with that movie because of how much time it took for the makeup. So he actually got CIA torture training, how to endure torture. They bought a CIA trained guy to come and teach him how to endure sitting in the chair, getting makeup on. And the guy was like, yeah, you just got to be doing something constantly. So what Jim Carrey did is he just constantly was ripping darts, smoking cigarettes while his makeup was being put on for the Grinch, which is
probably annoying as shit to them.
Yeah, he's just like, nah.
He's like, what?
Nah.
I mean, hey, I actually think that's a great idea because he's like, well, if they're going to torture me, I'm going to torture them right back.
Yeah. I can just imagine Jim Carrey sitting there, though, with just two stogies in his mouth doing Grinch outbursts.
Well,
yeah.
Come on, Max. Let's get this sleigh going.
But he's probably out for the money grab because I know when he just. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Craig.
It was like 8 hours. I remember him saying it was like 8 hours he was in just to get into that prosthetic.
Yeah.
That sounds like torture, man.
It does, man.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah.
What you just said.
All right. Well, I got some more movie notes here before we get into it. As I looked into this a little more, this is all from Wikipedia, by the way. So, who knows if somebody just wrote this yesterday. But apparently they auditioned 200 actors to play the role of Kevin McAllister before settling on Macaulay Culkin. Robert De Niro and John Lovitz turned down the role of Harry, which was played by Joe Pesci. So that's interesting. Imagine I think Robert De Niro could definitely pull it off.
He could have.
Joe Pesci was, but it's just not. So you can't think of it though because it's that Joe Pesci performance is so ingrained in your head.
Yeah.
Oh, Mom, we're gonna hit him.
Yeah.
We're gonna go in that house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The role of Uncle Frank was written for Kelsey Grammer, believe it or not. But
that would have been brilliant.
Grammer was unavailable. But Uncle Frank didn't get a lot of screen time anyway, so maybe they cut a lot of Uncle Frank out because Kelsey Grammer couldn't do it. That's
very
possible.
hated character.
Oh god, yeah,
I hated that motherfucker.
He has the funniest line in the whole movie for me.
The disease.
No, look what you did, you little jerk.
Oh, that's what the disease was someone else.
Yeah, that was his brother.
Yeah.
Kevin, you are such a disease. Yeah, it's Buzz.
So we got Daniel Stern was cast as Marv, but because he eventually did play Marv, but the production schedule was extended from 6 weeks to 8, so he dropped out of the film because he felt that they weren't going to pay him for 8 weeks. They were going to pay him 6 weeks instead of 8, so he was like, "Fuck that, I'm out."
Fair.
The Chris Columbus, the director, then talked Daniel back into playing the role right before shooting, so we almost didn't get him as Marv, which he's at some points he's funnier than Joe Pesci.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he took umbrage with that on the second one because Joe Pesci was going to make like $3 million. And I remember they offered him. It was something like 600,000, but they're like,
Really?
the film cost like 18 million, and it made like 400 plus million. You
Yeah.
can't do the film without me. No, you can. So they upped. He fired his agent. They upped his pay to, I think it was 1 point something, but he wanted 2% of gross profit. So they whittled it down to 1%. But that turned out on number two, on Home Alone
Yeah.
2.
But that turned
Wow.
out to be
that
what,
worked
like,
out 8 million or something.
yeah.
He got 8 million or something. Like
That's
in total.
basically like that's like the Alec Guinness thing. Alec Guinness for Star Wars asked for like 2%, and they gave it to him. And then, but
wild.
you didn't know what Star Wars was going to be at the time, and then it just turns into the biggest movie ever. And then Alec Guinness, towards the end of his life, he's just sitting on a pile of dough
Yeah. Well, yeah.
after all his
Riches
momentous
struck.
work, because he was like he probably
hated
wasn't
it.
like a he hated Star Wars, but he got his money's worth out of it for sure.
He
And of course,
hated
the-
Star Wars. That's
the whole
crazy.
Yeah,
Connery
think
thing.
of that. Obi-Wan Kenobi hated Star Wars.
The whole Sean Connery thing in Lord of the Rings as well. He was offered
Yeah.
15% or something, I think, to play Gandalf, and he's like, I don't know what.
Thank God he didn't play Gandalf.
Thank God.
But
Yeah.
Thank
he'd
God.
have stood to make something like 400 million.
Sean Connery.
Yeah, I thought what's his face was going to play Gandalf, Christopher Lee, who ended up playing Saruman.
He wanted to play Gandalf, but
Oh, okay.
Did you guys see that video I sent you about Christopher Lee today?
No, I didn't.
I haven't had a chance to watch the videos.
I've barely
Scumbags.
opened my phone, man.
Was it about his life and like
His entire life, the World War II,
Yeah,
being almost
yeah,
blown up 3
it was
times,
a
climbing
site.
Mount Vesuvius 3 days before it erupted. He's just like, his life story is insane. He was in like the British
Mount
intelligence.
Vesuvius?
It could have no.
I'm pretty
'cause
sure Mount Vesuvius
is
has
Pompeii.
been like an extinct volcano for
Hold on.
a
Whatever I
long
sent you
time.
guys earlier. Yeah, Mount Vesuvius is Pompeii, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Whatever I sent you guys earlier, but he
Okay.
climbed this shit before it erupted like 3 days later. But it was insane. His whole life story, you should look into it because he
Yeah,
married into royalty, proposed. The king gave him permission to marry the princess, and then he's like, "My career is too crazy. You need a life that is perfect to you." And then leaves her. Like, his whole life is just badass, dude. Joins a heavy metal band at a
Yeah, when he
later
was
age in
80.
life. Yeah, like what the fuck? He's insane. The only actor on the set of Lord of the Rings to have met J.R.R. Tolkien. J.R.R. Tolkien. It's crazy,
Yeah.
dude.
But yeah, he wanted to get Gandalf, but they never gave it to him. And thank God, because he was perfect in that role. And McKellen wouldn't change him for the world.
No.
Yeah. So here's another one for you. Chris Farley auditioned for the role of the Santa Claus impersonator in the movie, but here's the thing here: he failed to impress Chris Columbus. Imagine that, You're Chris Farley, and Chris Columbus ain't impressed with you.
I
That's
can imagine
insane.
that, but
Oh man, that's what.
R.I.P.
But at the time, he was like, quite famous, I think.
I know he was shit hot famous on.
And then he would die
SNL,
5
but-
years later.
Yeah.
Or something like that. But next one up, John Candy was available only for 1 day to film his scenes, which took 23 hours to
3
shoot.
hours.
He busted them
Yeah.
all
And he
out.
was here. He was only paid $414. Imagine that on a movie they made 400 something million.
It's a great day in the service industry. Don't get me wrong, but as an A-list actor, man.
Yeah,
I think I was more a favor because Macaulay Culkin was, even though he auditioned so many people, he was already John Hughes already had him like in the back of his head because of Uncle Buck. And because of Uncle Buck, that was probably just a favor. 1 day's worth of shooting. Just giving
Yeah.
him.
Quick little
I'm
400
guessing
bucks.
scale. I'm guessing that's scale for an appearance.
yeah. Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern both had difficulty refraining from cursing on the set, which really pissed off Joe Pesci because they
I
had
could
rules on the
imagine
set
that.
for cursing and stuff. Yeah, I can totally imagine Joe Pesci having a problem with that.
It's the same year that Goodfellas came out, wasn't it? Or was that 91?
Yes, it was.
Yep.
Yes, it
Yeah.
was. Now we get to the home release, and Home Alone was released on VHS on August 22nd,
That'd be crazy.
1991, and it sold 11 million copies, generating Fox a revenue of $150 million, making it, along with E.T., the highest selling video of all time at that point.
My God.
And here's another thing: the film didn't do well on the rental market because of this. So many people bought the DVD, have it home in their house, that rentals for Home Alone at like Blockbuster at the time were basically like nothing because everybody already owned the fucking thing.
Yeah, I can't imagine a more rewatchable Christmas movie than probably Jim Carrey's Grinch and Home Alone. I feel like those two are like just the absolute staples.
They are.
On
I mean,
Christmas time.
they're still making commercials about Home Alone to
With
this
Macaulay
day.
Culkin in it.
With Macaulay Culkin, yeah, to this day. And I saw one with the mom,
Kieran.
yeah.
Oh,
Which
I've
is
heard-
strange now because he looks like he just eats heroin for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Poor Macaulay Culkin. But he's still acting and doing
He's a
his
weird
thing.
looking dude, but he's actually
Yeah.
married with kids now.
He followed in suit after his daddy, Michael Jackson. But continue. Sorry.
Who's your daddy?
Oh my god. All right, you guys ready to dive into this?
Yes.
All right. So, movie begins, 20th Century Fox intro. Yeah, you know. The John Williams score hits, and I wrote, this is one of his more underrated scores. I really love this score. It fits perfectly with this movie.
Instantly
it's just-
recognizable.
Yes,
Yep.
and it's just, it fits. You know, sometimes you have a great score, but it even sometimes it overtakes a film, or you know, it doesn't quite match up well, even though you recognize that it's a good score. This one matches the movie perfectly, in my opinion. It's just it goes so smooth with this movie. The Home Alone logo slowly creeps onto the screen. And it goes through the title sequence here. The McAllister house appears on the screen now. Lovely home. It actually recently sold for over $1 million or something.
1.8 million, I think it was.
1.8.
Yeah.
That's what I thought it was too. I didn't write it down because that was what I was thinking off the top of my head, but I didn't write it down because I wasn't sure.
Place is huge.
Yeah, I'm honestly.
it's a great looking house, man.
I was gonna say for like just being sold recently and only fetching about 1.8, I figured it would be worth a hell of a lot more. Not gonna
Nice,
lie. I mean,
man.
I don't know the area. Don't get me wrong, but that house is massive.
in
At
the
least
suburbs of Chicago.
oh,
somewhere in Illinois.
suburbs
somewhere
of
in Illinois.
Chicago.
Chicago.
Chirac.
Winchester or something like that.
Yeah.
Somewhere that
Wendy's-
begins with W.
Windy City.
No, Winector or something like that.
Oh, you mean like the actual town?
That real
Okay.
house. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, somewhere in the suburbs of outside of Chicago, which is where this takes place.
Okay, so 2012 is when it was. I'm sorry. So market was in 2024. Last price of 5.25 million. That seems more
Whoa.
like it.
That's more like it. That
In
seems more like it.
2024, it hit the market for 5.25 million.
Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot, and that is especially around Chicago. That's a place where if you want to live in the suburbs outside Chicago, you gotta have some. You gotta have some.
If you want to live at all,
yeah.
Chicago.
If you don't, you're basically one of the 80% of the dwellers around there that
Yeah.
you know moonlight as indentured servants.
Yeah.
So, all right, here we go. The McAllister house appears. Joe Pesci is yelling at kids in a cop uniform. Mrs. McAllister is on the phone. Kevin walks in and says Uncle Frank won't let him watch a movie. Mrs. McAllister says if Uncle Frank said no, then it must be really bad, and I tend to agree with that because Uncle Frank seems like a creep. Mr. McAllister needs to shave. Kevin says there's nothing to do, so Mr. McAllister tries to put him to work before the vacation, Kevin reveals that he has ruined Dad's fish hooks by using them to hang Christmas ornaments. Which I actually thought about that, and I was like, wow, that's a great thing to use to hang Christmas ornaments. It probably works perfectly.
Yes, the
You know
kids
what
are
I mean?
rummaging through the trees and stabbing themselves, going to the ER. Great idea.
As long as you don't touch the thing.
Especially
Yeah.
with a relatively newborn child, Brian. Great idea.
Oh, we actually have to keep all the ornaments at the top of the tree
That makes sense.
because she'll just start taking them off.
Can we just say about how, obviously, I'm thinking it's Mr. McAllister who's got the job, Peter. What job is he doing that can afford this?
Definitely flying to Miami once a week, making a lot of money. But go ahead.
Yeah, forget the fact that they're going to Paris and he's taking, I'm guessing his brother-in-law. I'm guessing that's who Frank is. So for some reason, I've got a suspicion
Probably.
it's Catherine O'Hara's brother. It's not his brother. But they're taking them and all the kids, and like between the two of them, Peter and Frank. Jesus Christ, guys, pull out. How many kids do you need?
When you got that much money, that's when the girl holds you and says, "Don't pull out when you got that much money." All right.
I know it's 5 because there's one scene where Kevin's looking at a picture of them, and that's
and
his parents.
He names them all.
Yeah. So.
Also, just got to throw in super fast that Joe Pesci, this is the most patience I've seen him have in any movie in my entire life, is in this one scene right here.
You could be right about that.
Got a CM Punk flag on his arm. I know Chicago, but I never would have noticed that before. But I was like, all right, okay, Chicago flag.
Yeah. Kevin's aunt tells him to go pack his suitcase, and Kevin says, "Pack my suitcase." And I feel like as a kid that line's very relatable because you hated doing shit like that. All you wanted to do was play and have fun. And when your parents maybe do something you didn't want to do, even if it only took like a minute, you would be like, "Why?" That's
cleaning
you would always
your
protest.
room as a child was the end of the world.
The end of the world. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Really
I can't.
was.
Where do I start? I don't know.
I know. You just you really don't even clean it. You just put stuff away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's find an empty cupboard or just push it all into your bed.
Yeah, closet, something like that. I remember one time I refused and I threw a temper tantrum and I threw books all over my room, just of course for my father, who's a great guy, to then be like, yeah, you got to clean all that up now too. One of those core staple memories. Actually, a great human being. I love my father.
So Joe Pesci is still trying to get the kids' attention. They're running all over the house. Multiple McAllister kids say that their parents don't live here, and they're probably telling the truth because the Uncle Frank has some kids and stuff. So pretty big family we got here at this point. Kevin is trying to get his siblings to pack a suitcase for him. One of them is Pete from The Adventures of Pete and Pete. Anybody know that show? No, neither of you. I figured I was gonna be the only one. It was a show on, I believe, I want to get the channel. I think it was on Nickelodeon in the early '90s. It's the redheaded brother that Kevin.
I was going to
has.
say, is this the Weasley one?
Oh,
yes,
that's
good. That's good, Craig. I like that.
He
looks just like a Weasley.
Only redheaded kid in here. It's like, do you guys, to the parents, do you guys need to talk?
Yeah. That show made me laugh.
I know about dominant and recessive genes. I did study.
The picture that comes up when you look it up is very disturbing.
The Adventures of Pete and Pete.
Yeah, the picture.
Dude, it was one of the weirdest shows. As a kid, you were like, "What is this?"
Yeah.
So the redheaded guy that plays Kevin's brother was the older Pete, and the younger Pete was played by a kid who was in the first Mighty Ducks movie. And just to think of how weird this show is, there was a villain on the show, one of the older kids. His name was Pitstain, and he drove around on a bicycle, and he looked like he was about 18 years old, and he wore a white shirt that had yellow stains in the pits.
Good Lord.
That sounds like the 90s.
Yeah.
It was so weird. It was the
Pit stain.
I was hoping one of you would know what that show was, just so I could be like, wasn't that really weird? But no, I mean, Captain Quintana's already weirded out just by looking it up.
Dude, it's the weirdest picture. It makes you feel uncomfortable when you look up the just Adventures of Pete and Pete. First picture is strange.
Yeah. Be
Yeah.
right back, guys. Carry on.
Okay. All right. So Kevin is still trying to get his siblings to pack his suitcase. Kevin's sister, they all start refusing. Kevin's sister says, "You are what the French call les incompetents," which means you're incompetent, I guess, or something. That's what I'm guessing, because that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Then she says Kevin is sleeping in the bed with Fuller, who apparently wets the bed every time he drinks soda. And Fuller is actually played by Macaulay Culkin's brother, which is pretty cool. And he's still acting today, as we established before we started this. Kevin then gets pissed and yells, when I grow up and get married, I'm living alone." It's just a hilarious sentence.
Foreshadowing.
Some adults actually do eventually do that.
Yeah. And they're happy. They're happy, man.
Yeah. Some of them are. Buzz is talking to a friend and says his tarantula just ate a bunch of mice guts. And he's packing his suitcase. Buzz asks if I was laughing because he asked his friend if French babes don't shave their pits, which I was laughing at.
Is that a stereotype? Because I've always heard that growing up, that like girls in Europe and stuff don't shave their pits. Is that like a stereotype? What about the UK? What about the UK,
no,
Craig?
They shave them. They shave.
They shave it all?
I think that's an older stereotype, but yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, yeah, girls are as bad as American here are as bad as American girls. What I say? I used to God.
In America, we have hippies. They just choose not to shave.
Oh yeah, we have hippies, but that's where you're gonna.
That's where you're gonna run into some flossing of your teeth with some armpit hair. Yep.
I had one of those tarantulas as a kid, Chilean Most tarantula. They don't eat mice guts. I think that was just a bit of a gross out thing.
Dude, what is going on?
Is your eel going crazy?
Him and the shark are having like a chase off.
You have a shark in there too?
Yeah, but it's a freshwater shark. It's not like, it's
not a
like
real
I have Jaws in the living room here.
Brian actually owns a 30-foot whale shark. For anyone who doesn't know, lives in his closet.
It's in his swimming pool.
Yeah.
And his shark actually cameoed on Gladiator 2. They just did a real take on him. He looks fucking
it's made 100% of pure CGI.
Yeah, man.
10 out of 10, Craig. 10 out of 10, dude.
But yeah,
so
the tarantula thing, yeah. I had to throw that in there just as a personal note.
What, the tarantula? Well, we'll get to that. The
not eating mice guts is what he's saying.
Yeah, they don't eat mice guts. They eat crickets.
Oh, okay,
and shark guts. Yeah.
So yeah, I used to have one. So just try and make myself look weirder.
They probably would eat mice guts. I mean, those tarantulas. I used to watch videos of those things like taking stuff, and it was mostly like bugs and stuff. But
that kid reminds me of Sid from Toy Story. So I just strike Macaulay Culkin's brother. Kevin's
I never made that comparison,
dude. Wow, I just picture him going out, finding a Chicago rat, and just throwing it in his spider's cage just to see what would happen. The spider's probably just surviving off Chicago rats.
No, they're really delicate. There's bits in this film no, that spider's dead. They are super delicate. They are genuinely super delicate.
Yeah, they got the temperature, the heat lamp, the whole shebang.
If you dropped a spider, if I dropped it from a foot and it lands on the ground, its abdomen's probably just going to burst open. Yeah,
which is crazy because if you've ever had a spider on you and you flail your body in ways that your body cannot be flailed, that spider is alive and it's going to burrow inside of you. But tarantulas, just the most.
Their body's so soft.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's plenty of times God damn, how did that spider live? They probably went through about 50 spiders. That's probably half the budget.
Don't tell PETA, bro. They'll go for him.
But
They'll get canceled 30 years later. No more Home
Yeah.
Alone
Yeah,
in
but-
your house.
Buzz looks like every bully kid from
He does.
film ever. Just pick any 90s kids film or TV show, pick the bully, and there's part of him is in there.
100%.
Great casting on that part.
So Kevin creeps in while Buzz is packing and asks Buzz if he can sleep in his room. Buzz says he wouldn't let Kevin sleep in his room if he was growing on his ass. Which made me laugh. One of the only curse words in the movie. There's like one or two more, but one of the only ones. But even back then, you could slip one or two curse words in a kids movie. It's more of a family movie. But they look out the window to find their old neighbor, and Buzz tells a crazy story about how he kills people with his shovel. And I wrote down that this is something that 90s kids did all the time. They told crazy stories about their neighbors, and none of them were true.
Yeah.
Whatsoever. I don't know how it was in the UK, but here, dude, I can remember like every neighbor that I had, and like we would make up crazy stories about each of them to like usually scare the shit out of kids that were younger than us.
I'm sure that happens. I'm sure that happens. Just not that prevalent in the UK. I've seen it so much in US media, but in the UK, not really, because like your mum would know them. Everyone sort of kind of knows everyone. Knows each other around here. So that's someone's parents going to know them, and they'll hear all about them. It just doesn't really happen.
Do you have one that you remember specifically, Brian? Like a crazy neighbor story that like everyone just assumed was like a murder or something like that, or do you just remember?
Yeah, no, there was. It was actually down like 2 doors down from like one of my first girlfriend's houses. There was we made up stories about how there was now I didn't make this up, but it got down to us from like a couple.
Let me make that clear.
A couple of the older kids, but they told it so well. Like he would kill, teenage boys and then just like cook them in the basement of his house. But the thing was, you would go like as a kid. You would go and sneak up to the he had like one of those side doors to the basement.
Oh,
and
no.
you could look through a little window, and you could look in there, and it looked like a fucking science experiment down there. So when you saw that, you were like, "Oh shit, this might be for real."
This shit is real.
So yeah. So, but other than that, I can't really remember most of them. But that was the one that stuck in my head.
Your first girlfriend, but you were going up like on the deck, sneaking and looking into his basement. How old were you,
Fuck
mate?
yeah, that's what do you do as a kid? You sneak
No.
around.
Hold on. So I'm not dating this girl and then sneaking over to looking in this guy's house. I'm talking
How
about.
old were you? You were dating, but you were also acting like that.
No. No.
Okay.
I wasn't dating her at the time. This was told to me when I was a kid. It just happened that the girl that would become my first girlfriend lived 2 doors away from this person.
Right.
So I'm like 9-10 years old and looking into this fucking window, and then 5 years later, I'm dating the girl 2 doors down from him, or whatever.
Gotcha.
Crazy.
So you 9-year-old Brian just running around looking in neighbors' windows.
Hell yeah, he was a peeping Tom.
Yeah, is that
dude.
a strange thing?
No.
No.
That's when we all used to go outside the neighborhood and actually play outside.
Yeah, the good old days. Riding bikes
Here in
over
the
to each
States.
other's
Brian's
houses.
just doing that, stealing underwear from washing lines. So, yeah, regular kid.
I could kind of see it.
No, we did that. This is not the 80s. There were no more clothes. People hanging up their clothes on wires anymore, Craig.
I love how you're laughing at that. I've got a clothesline outside.
Do you?
Of course I do.
Jesus.
We live in the UK. Everyone all my neighbors.
Don't you all have dryers over there?
No, I literally
forever.
flew to the UK just to steal a pair of Craig's underwear. It's real.
Dude, I'll fucking send you some. Save the trip.
Could you wear them for a week first?
I can't believe there's no dryers over there.
We do have them. It's just literally a case of, have you got somewhere to put them? And for me, living on my own.
Here's the thing that blows my mind, though. That's a place where it's notorious for raining all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so you leave all your clothes outside on a
How
wire.
does that work?
Oh, no. Oh no! You think it's going to rain, you are looking out the window the amount of times I've gone out and I've just gone, shit, and my clothes are
Yeah.
wet, so you have to wash them again. Or if it's been
Oh.
pissing down, then you just leave them outside and just
I
let them
wouldn't
dry
even
a bit
try
before you
it.
I'm just saying though, I mean, your electric bill's got to be fucking thanking you at the end of the day, because God knows we do so much laundry here, man. I'm telling you, we got at least $50 a month just off drying clothes. It's insane.
Yeah, I get away with. I'd either put it on my radiator, or I've got to do have an electric clothes dryer. But yeah, usually just radiator in the winter, but in the summer, yeah, every day, just get up and just get out. If it's a nice sunny day, just put it straight on the line. Couple
Love
of hours,
that.
it's
Okay.
good to go.
Okay.
It exists. It's not one of those things. Do we actually have clotheslines in?
I didn't
Yes.
even see a clothesline when I was a kid that people put out. Everyone had dryers.
It also
And
depends
it's not
very
like
much on the area that you live in. Like if you're in Virginia and you live in the country, I'm sure that is more so the situation. Like growing up in, Royal Palm Beach for me, I'm like, I swear, man. I mean, it was I grew up in a very nice neighborhood. So I never, was living that lifestyle, but I don't know, man.
It just makes common sense. So we
yeah,
do have
everybody I
dryers.
knew had a dryer. Everyone had a shitty dryer.
Yeah.
But you had one.
No, actually, I think they work worse. Like they make shittier dryers nowadays than they were growing up. I remember throwing my clothes
I
in
actually
for
agree with
60
you.
minutes.
I totally
and
agree
them
with you.
shits were 100% dry. I got to run my clothes like 2 times and they're still damp. And that doesn't matter what dryer you're using, it feels like. If it's new, it don't work like the old shit did.
Bear in mind,
think-
we put our washing machines in the kitchen.
Yeah.
That's called a sink, Craig. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, no, and it confuses Americans, but the only other place that you can put them would be I know some people in America, I think have done it. I think have done this. Put them in the bathroom, but you've got to imagine you need access to a water outlet.
Yeah, my
So if
washer
you're
and
not in the
dryer is
bathroom-
in the bathroom.
To me, that sounds fucking insane.
Yeah.
But we don't have any power outlets in the bathrooms because we run on 230 volts.
That is probably 100% an American thing. What movie were we reviewing again? I am so sorry.
Home Alone.
I'm joking. I was joking.
Elf?
But like, yeah, Elf.
No, I know some people who have got. You go from your kitchen, you'd have a little room, and then they'd maybe put. That's where you'd like take your shoes off if it's a nice modern build, and they'd have the washer and dryer in there. But that's because there's another separate room before you then got the back door to go outside.
Yeah, like the laundry room.
My back door's in my kitchen, and my washing machine. It's not directly under the sink. It's in the space under the sink. So under the sink, usually that's where all your cleaning stuff goes in the UK, and next to it you'll have your washing machine.
Heard that.
Mm-hmm.
And so all that, yeah, we have clotheslines. Yeah, it's real. It's not part of Harry Potter or anything. It's like
To an American, everything's Harry Potter.
Yeah, it is.
He's not wrong.
That's what a lot of Americans think.
That's what I grew up with.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry, but yeah, that is.
Yeah, Vic Van Dyke and fucking Harry Potter.
Yeah.
All right,
Rick Van Dyke.
I'll be right back.
All right. That is a very ignorant American thing, unfortunately. So sorry about that, Craig.
No.
We'll try to educate our fellow countrymen. I mean, I already knew that, but maybe that's why I've become so into.
You become anglicized.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so the old man catches them looking at them through the window, and they scurry away. The old man actually looks like he would be mean. He does look like he would be mean if you didn't talk to him. He's got a good ferocious look to him for an old man.
Yeah. Quick question: have you seen Kick-Ass?
I think I saw it once when I was like drunk, so I don't remember it.
Because I don't know which family member he is, but the one with Buzz and Kevin during that scene, I'm thinking like he looks either really Jewish or he really looks like Kick-Ass, which is
Aaron Taylor.
Yeah.
Great movie, by the way.
Glasses, curly hair. I thought, okay, is he supposed to be? The family don't look Jewish. but he really looks like a Jewish kick-ass.
He looked like a young Miles Teller, is what I thought he looked like when I saw that scene. You're talking
Miles
about one of
Teller.
the friends. He has like Miles Teller's nose and face. You're talking about one of the friends when they were looking through the window.
Yeah,
And
so
yeah.
Him.
For some reason, I was like, I mean, obviously Miles Teller's a lot younger than that guy would be now, but all I saw was Miles Teller. It shook me. But I see Aaron Taylor all day now that you mentioned it.
It's more the curly hair that did it for me with that, but yeah. No, the guy he does look like a skit. You can imagine people saying, "Oh, he kills people and puts,"
Yeah, not to mention his creepy ass stare that he chooses to like live up to that reputation. But we'll get to that.
He sticks with it. He's got that stare down to a T.
He does look mean. Fast and Furious pizza guy shows up, knocks over the statue in front of the house. Joe Pesci is still trying to talk to the kids to get information. His New York accent is so thick that he can't get rid of it if he tried, even if it was a completely different movie. He's always got that fucking accent, man. He can't get rid of it. But it's forgivable because it's Joe Pesci.
It's Joe Pesci,
baby.
He gets a pass.
Yeah, it's. But yeah, the pizza guy walks in and has 10 boxes. I counted. I made sure to count. He has 10 boxes of pizzas. So he has 10 pizzas that apparently cost $122.50.
$12.
Now, I wrote that is not. That's pretty good. I thought.
That's
120.
well back
today,
then. Yeah.
I think it would be like $200, but everything today costs like 3 times as much as shit did then.
A large pie is like $18 to $20
pizzas,
nowadays.
Yeah, so that would be what, $200 at most. Yeah. So it's $80 more.
Not including a 20%.
$77.50 more to be exact.
Yeah.
So
it's not.
Craig, what did you think of that price?
That price, Jesus Christ, you couldn't. Even with the pound being higher, no, I've never known them being that cheap. But it was from Little Nero's, the pizza place.
Yes.
So it wasn't like McDonald's. So it was like, I'm guessing that's more of an independent, just mom and pop.
Whoa. Do you guys have pizza at your McDonald's?
We have done. I didn't
Really?
say pizza at McDonald's.
Oh, sorry, never mind.
Okay, no. I said mom and pop. Like you like just
Got you.
sort of independent.
Like family
shop.
owned.
Family owned, yeah. Thank you. Because we have like Domino's, Pizza Hut here. But yeah, to get like if I ordered a takeout pizza, I wouldn't be getting it delivered for less than 15 quid, which would come with sides. We have. Apparently, this is really weird in America. You don't have fries with your pizza.
No, that's blasphemy, dude.
No,
that is blasphemic.
I wouldn't think it would be blasphemy, but I do think it would be a massive heart attack one day.
I could not do that. Pizza in fries,
to England.
Unless I am recovering from 2 bottles of bourbon the morning after, you will not catch me eating pizza and fries together. Granted, I have very high pizza pride. I like very particular pizza.
I'll send you just some local takeouts and look at the meal deals. There'll be like a burger and fries or pizza. Well,
burger and fries
is essential.
Yeah, you can't have burger without fries.
Right. But I had that tonight.
You'll also get a little Tupperware thing, which you get your fries in. You'll also get that with side salad. So it'll just be like a little naff salad. But you'll get that with everything. So anything you order, so if it's got a pizza or a calzone or a kebab, you get chips with it, with everything. Literally chips
as
with
fries, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So French fries, McDonald's French fries, we call them fries.
Hey, remind me again, what type of food does Nando's have?
Chicken.
What is Nando's?
Okay.
Is that just
Nando's,
like a
it's a big chain over there in the UK.
Yeah, cheeky. You go for a cheeky Nando's.
Cheeky Nando's, I like that.
Yeah. It's a real thing. We say cheeky. We will say cheeky. Hey, you got fried chicken. That's not that you don't get that shit.
Don't they do like a bit more of like spicy chicken though at Nando's?
Yeah, you get with peri sauce, and you get like different levels of peri. So
cool.
the quintessential, they're intrinsically linked. Peri is like a South African, spice, but it goes great with literally got some in the cupboard.
It's the big
that
Quentin.
sounds so good.
It's the big like chain over there. And like,
I was gonna say, dude, I think we need to
Yeah.
take a UK trip
But
at
it's
some
like-
point.
It's like a
Yeah.
restaurant, though. It's as opposed to like a KFC. It's an actual restaurant. You'll go in, sit at a table, you'll eat. I know they do it to go. I've never had it to go. I've only been in Nando's a few times, but
Mhm.
the amount of chicken I eat at home anyway, it's not exactly something I'm craving for when I go out.
Fair.
I go for
Okay.
so much chicken at home. But Nando's chicken.
All right.
But,
So Mr. McAllister briefly talks to Joe Pesci about taking precautions when it comes to robberies in the neighborhood. Kevin is with the family looking around the kitchen for a slice of cheese pizza. Buzz is eating one, like he's basically just like stuffing his face with one. Did you see how he was eating it?
Mm-hmm.
It's like
Just-
like you're he's
Straight out of
shoving-
Toy Story.
shoving it down his throat. It's gross. But Kevin asks if anyone has any cheese pizza. Buzz says the only way he's getting a piece is if someone barfs it up.
Mama birds it to him.
Yeah.
Uh,
Kevin then notices Fuller is drinking a can of soda, and Fuller
Pepsi.
looks at him and smiles at him.
Bro, every scene
No,
you've seen Fuller in, he's cracked out, dude. Every scene. That little kid is geeked up. It's insane.
Yeah, that was funny.
90s Pepsi beer, man. Like this film has got so much Pepsi in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's especially
does.
in this scene. Jesus,
They probably
Christ.
paid for half of the damn movie.
Yeah, it would cost that little. They probably did.
Buzz then pretends to barf, and Kevin gets pissed and charges him just like Bobby Boucher in Waterboy. Chaos ensues. He even makes the noise too. Do you see it? Yeah. 2 cups of milk are knocked over. Fuller gets slammed into the wall with the back of a chair and gets stuck there. Thanks to Uncle Frank. He did that one.
Frank scumbag.
There's that chair. If you watched it, because I did one then. I was looking this up. That chair is made of rubber. So if you go back when that chair comes back,
Okay.
and it does squish his nose, you see the chair give a bit. So
No shot.
if his nose is here, the chair flexes forward.
Yeah. I know
So-
what you mean. It's probably essential so you don't hurt the kid, you know?
I was
Well,
gonna say
yeah.
that scene looked like it would have been very uncomfortable to film if I were that kid. Like imagine just getting your face smushed
totally
up
squishes
against.
his nose.
Yeah.
But then you see the chair when you watch it, and it's only for a second, and you see the chair flex forward, and you look at the actual color, and you think, "Oh yeah, that actually does look a bit
Yeah.
genius."
That's
All right.
insane.
So Kevin's mom then yells, in the midst of this chaos, Kevin's mom yells, "Kevin, what's the matter with you?" Kevin protests until Uncle Frank yells, "Look what you did, you little
There you go.
jerk." It's now quiet, and the camera pans around the family, and everyone is staring at Kevin coldly. Kevin's mom says for him to get upstairs. Excuse me. His brother says he's a disease. Like, Kevin, you're such a disease. Kevin goes, "Shut up." Kevin's mom tells Kevin to say goodnight, and Kevin says, "Goodnight, Kevin."
Did anyone see the direct correlation between like Harry Potter and poor Kevin in this? Just
You know, I actually did not, and I'll tell you why. Because Kevin has an attitude.
he does.
whereas
He's a little shit. Don't get me wrong.
He is a
But
little
get up-
shit. He's a
but-
lovely little shit, though.
To say you're a jerk, you're a disease, and then get into your hole. Granted, the upstairs bedroom is like a magnificent king size bed for him, but I was like, this kid's kind of getting shit on by his family left and right.
Yeah, interesting comparison, though. I never would have made it.
Yeah.
I think this is just how many times has this happened? Something like this has happened, and his brother's an arsehole, so his brother's goading him on clearly, but it's always Kevin. He's the end result. It's Kevin. Why did this
Yeah.
happen? It was Kevin. I think it's a case of one of those.
Did we
things.
already pass the brief scene where you're looking at Buzz and his girlfriend in a picture?
No,
Not
we
yet.
haven't got there.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
One thing when the milk and everything, so the milk spilt on the counter, and everything gets cleaned up, and you see it get thrown in the trash. So there's like a empty milk cup that it came, takeout cup that it came in, the paper towels, and one plane ticket.
Yeah, it says Kevin in the top left. Yep.
Really?
Did
Didn't
you
notice
catch
that?
that? Yeah. So that's
No.
It's a brief
And
shot.
I've seen this movie like 200 times.
Yeah, so when he throws all that stuff in the garbage, it's a plane ticket. You see him grab it, and it focuses on the trash can, so you can see everything in there, but for like a half a frame. And it's Kevin's name, and it's his plane ticket. So even
Really?
if Kevin did wake up, they wouldn't have had his plane ticket.
And not
Interesting.
only that, so they count all the heads, so that girl counts the head of the. I don't know how that neighbor hasn't been just beaten up by everyone in the household. You know, every kid in the neighborhood. But he gets counted on the head because he's got the same hat as Kevin. But then when they get to the airport, so they've counted 11 going in, so they think they've got 11 kids. Everyone gets a ticket, and Kevin, there's not a ticket for Kevin, but there's no Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I thought that was great continuity. Like,
It's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know until I looked up some, like interesting facts about the movie. So I'm happy you bought that up, Craig, because I wouldn't have noticed it had I not been looking for it.
I didn't notice it, but I'd heard that fact years ago.
Yeah.
So as soon as I saw that bit, I was like, "Yeah, I remember that."
Yeah. So Kevin's mom then pays the pizza man, and Kevin yells, "Why didn't you bring any more cheese pizzas?" The pizza guy just ignores him. Kevin's mom then reveals to Joe Pesci that they are going to Paris, and that's all Joe Pesci needs to know, because he winks at Kevin. Well, he also winks at Kevin and reveals his gold tooth. We'll get to that again later, because that's going to be key here. Kevin's mom brings Kevin upstairs. She says Kevin has to sleep in the upstairs. I call it the attic. Kevin hates it up there. Kevin then turns around and yells, "I don't want a family. Families suck." Which made me laugh. Family, of all things, families suck. Kevin then gets into a big argument with his mom, and she says, "I don't want to see you for the rest of the night." Kevin says he doesn't want to see her for the rest of his whole life, or any of his family. Kevin's mom says, "I hope you don't mean that. You would feel terrible if you woke up and you didn't have a family." Kevin says, "No, I wouldn't." She says, "Then say it again." Kevin says, "I hope I never see any of you jerks again," and marches up in the attic. He then
Fair on his part.
Yeah, I mean,
he's a little shit. Don't get me wrong,
but they've been really shitty to him too.
Yeah.
It's back and forth.
See, this is where I thought that is what I would do as a parent, and like that is what I recognize in my friends who are parents now. Where she says, "I hope you don't mean that," because you just think from your like from an adult perspective, a kid saying that, like I really hope you don't mean that, because you don't have a clue what you're talking about. You are 7-year-old and you are being 8-year-old and you are being a little fucking shit, right? And it's but the way she does say it with her face, because there's just that.
But that's when you feel. I think what you're trying to say is like that's when you feel it from her side when she says, "I hope you don't mean that." She really stresses that, and
it's the look on her face. It's just like you don't.
She's great. I think she's probably
fantastic.
the most underrated performance in this movie.
Oh, I agree completely.
I think a lot of people do rate it. It's just the fact that you think of a name, you don't think Catherine O'Hara, you think Macaulay Culkin. I think a lot of people who watch this, especially movie, go, "Yeah, she's absolutely, she's like the heart and soul that's gluing this, this film together." They're in Paris, they're in France, we're in America, and yeah, and I've seen her do some fantastic work recently. She's like getting a bit of a renaissance, so good on her.
She also plays Sally in Nightmare Before Christmas, another great Christmas movie.
Did you?
Yeah.
You know what? I didn't know that. Off the top of my head, I had no idea. But yeah, fantastic movie.
Yeah. So Kevin then goes to bed in the room he says he hates. But I'm looking at this attic room, and I would have killed for a room like this as a kid. That looks like an awesome fucking room if you're a kid.
The attic room?
I thought it was dope. If I was a kid, I would be like, I wouldn't leave this room.
Right?
I'm like, damn, man. Like, this spoiled little brat.
Facts.
Straight away, notice as well, he's got the CM Punk flag above him.
Yes,
on
he
his
does.
bed.
Yes, he does. That's not a bad flag for a.
What flag did he have?
The Chicago flag.
Chicago flag.
Oh,
the four stars with the blue, white.
It's not the Illinois state flag. It's the Chicago's flag.
The
I
second
believe.
city.
Yeah,
second city, isn't it?
All right. So it is now late at night and the wind is blowing hard. There's a very creepy I read there's a very creepy Santa on a wreath on the front door.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys saw that, that was a scary looking Santa,
Yeah.
man. A large tree branch falls onto some power lines, which cuts the power to the McAllister home. I felt like they're kind of like alluding to there's like a little, you know how like he's like, I wish I never saw my family again. And they
That's
kind
what
of
I
play
thought
it, They
too.
play it up a little bit like it's a little bit supernatural thing going on. Like,
Yeah.
you know, something's behind making that happen. Anyway, cut to the morning, and there are two airport vans waiting to take the family to the airport. The McAllisters have overslept and kicked the fast-paced, chaotic music by John Williams to help, progress the scene where everybody's scrambling to get their things ready and get to the airport on time. Here you go, Craig. An annoying kid walks up to one of the drivers, and the driver is annoyed at his questions and tells him, "Gee, I didn't know a kid hit the road." He
got
just
your
would not
classic-
stop asking questions.
Yeah, but he doesn't even like want an answer. It's obviously, I think it was the
It's
director.
basically, are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Just want to kind of
You know.
punch a child a little
How many
bit.
miles
You
to
know?
the gallon does this get? Does this have air conditioning?
Yeah.
Does this,
How many trees are in this forest?
Who's covered in
I don't
this
fucking
jacket?
know, kid. Shut the fuck up and enjoy the ride.
Exactly. The McAllisters are gathering around the vans. They do a head count to make sure they have everybody, but they count the annoying random kid as Kevin because he's got the beanie on. So they believe that they have everyone when they really don't, and that's what's going to kick off the movie here. I also wrote down of note that the electrician has a great Chicago accent.
Yeah,
Which is it's not the first time you'll hear a Chicago accent in this movie, which is good because it makes it feel like
You're in.
you're in that area. So it's good.
Did anyone else have a?
John Hughes is the Stephen King of Chicago.
Yeah.
Every Stephen King movie, guess where it's set? Is it in Maine? It's in Maine. John Williams.
Chicago.
John Hughes. Where's 16 Candles? Where's Home Alone? Where's Breakfast Club? Do you want to take a guess?
Yep.
It's in Chicago, baby.
Chicago. Yeah.
Did anyone?
That's
else?
a goof. That's a weird American accent. It's
strange.
It's for a lot of people it's hard to place unless you're from the Midwest. And
North Dakota is the weirdest for sure.
Nah, Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Minnesota. That's what I meant.
That sounds
Minnesota.
Canadian, though. I can hear
Minnesota accent sounds like a Canadian accent.
Canadian,
Really.
yeah. I've heard him.
Was anyone else bothered by when the pizza got dropped off that it wasn't deep dish?
No.
Okay, Chicago deep dish.
Chicago deep dish.
That's why I'm. That's the only problem with this movie for me was that pizza wasn't deep dish. I was like, they missed out on an opportunity to make this feel more Chicago. Okay.
The only problem with the pizza I had is when you called it a pie.
I don't know. I never used that term. I don't.
No. Quentin called it a pie.
I didn't call it a
Yeah.
pie.
You did.
Did you?
100%. I did not.
Find out on Monday.
Yeah, I was gonna say. We'll
we have the recording,
Monday,
sir.
right?
Sir, we have the recording.
We are recording.
I was thinking that
Because
earlier because I know you mentioned McDonald's, so I'm scrolling back to look for you mentioning McDonald's pizza. All right.
I didn't. No, I said mum
Exactly.
And pop, but, no.
I'm with Craig on this one. I hate when they refer to pizza as pie.
Me too. I don't call pizza pie. That's crazy.
It's a goddamn pizza, bro.
It's a pizza. If not, it's a Chicago pizza is more like a quiche than anything else, except quiche has eggs in it. But no, I mean, I've never had a proper Chicago pizza, like deep dish, because.
Here's the thing, though. Every region in America, particularly the cities, they always claim that they have the best.
New
pizza.
Haven.
Yeah, so it's really just to what your taste is. Some places do it different than others.
Florida pizza is just a ripoff of New York pizza or New Haven. Florida, we just get shit from all around.
Yeah,
there's nothing like that, and it'll say like it might say something like number one, region's number one pizza or something, but not it's the number one pizza because ours are cut like squares, or ours are really deep dish, or ours are New York slices, which you could, a small child could lay on that thing. It's that big.
Yeah, deep dish is horrific in my opinion, but
Oh, it looks like the lasagna without the pasta.
I'm not a fan of it. It's insanity.
Yeah.
I mean,
All
I
right.
had pizza for tea, and it was called deep pan. It just meant the crust was a bit thick. That's it. You got thin crust.
Deep
you got
pie?
thick crust.
No, deep pan.
Deep
Is what
pan.
he said. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus! You think I'd make that sort of mistake?
He just went on a Quinn. He just went on a rant about how much he hates when people call pizzas pies.
I didn't call it pie. I'm not a sicko.
That should have been the giveaway right there. All right, so we got Kevin's mom double checks with one of the older kids to make sure everyone is there as they're scrambling through the airport now in the next scene. As they're scrambling through the airport, Chuck Berry is playing in the background. This movie has an excellent. Yes, this movie actually has a really good Christmas assortment of a soundtrack here.
Yeah, it does.
I did actually check it. I thought if that's not Chuck Berry, that is someone who just thought I'm going to copy him.
Who sounds just like him.
It's like Chuck Berry. Yeah, like the guitar. Well, it was the guitar for me. I was thinking, Jesus Christ, that is. I couldn't tell if that was Chuck Berry or not. I think it sounds like him, but kind of half the people back then sounded like him. With that microphone.
No, for me, Chuck Berry was very unique. He's a very unique voice. And the next note I have here is apparently that short airport scene, which was probably not even like 20 seconds. Apparently, that short airport scene was the most hectic to shoot and took over a week to get it shot right.
Was it because of all the extras
and stuff? Yeah. So, and if you remember in the next Home Alone movie, there's an even longer airport sequence. So imagine how long that one took to do.
Why, like, you wonder why they would extend that if that was a problem in the first.
Man.
Do you guys know the Elvis theory in Home Alone 1?
Yes, there's a guy, but it's later on in the film.
You want to talk about it then?
Yeah, Catherine, we'll bring it up. Yeah. Then.
I've never heard of this.
We'll fill Brian in when we get to the scene. That way we don't jump ahead too far.
I sort of see it, but I'm thinking
I don't see it at all. But apparently, it was like a huge theory.
Okay.
It's a bit later on.
Well, that he's like still alive or something.
Yes, exactly.
He's in the movie. Okay.
He's like Ron Jeremy.
That's pretty wild.
He looks like Ron Jeremy, but like 2 feet taller. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so they board the plane, and imagine how much the plane tickets for all of them would be today. That's what I wrote down.
Yeah, well, they look like they're in first class when they sit down.
Do you have the answer?
The parents.
Yes.
I don't even want to know because I'm scared of how much that would.
Well, she offers $500 in the film for one ticket later on in the movie, but that's panic. I would say for how many people? Probably like 15 people to fly.
Something like that. Yeah.
I'd say like $1,500.
Gwen, it's way worse than that. She offers $500, 2 first-class flights,
Oh,
earrings, a pocket.
Well, yeah. I'm saying I think that tickets for everyone would have cost $1,500.
Oh, dude, I think it cost way more than that. Because those two, at least, I would think, are in first class or business class at least. I think they probably just chucked everyone else.
Tough question. It's a tough question. I don't know. I'm just if they were the prices that they are today, you're spending a fuck ton of money.
You had two from I'm guessing Florida to Greece. I'm guessing you went direct.
Yeah, probably.
No, we went to Canada first and then Greece.
Interesting. You guys.
And then on the way back, we went from Athens to Zurich and then to Miami. To get back
to Miami. Okay. Did they cost?
The tickets cost about $420, somewhere around there.
You know what? That's way less
now, if I tried to get those same tickets because I've looked them up, it would be over $1,000.
Yeah, I would have thought back then they were. I'm actually.
I think back then they dropped them. They were high at one point like they are now, but they dropped them because a lot of people were still scared to travel because of the COVID stuff. But
do you guys want to know? 15 plane tickets in the U.S. to Paris in 1990 would likely cost somewhere from $35,000 to 40,000.
What?
Yeah. I mean, that's AI, so it's got to be somewhat accurate. So
Jesus.
that's crazy.
That might be more than today.
Plus the fact that
Probably.
they're having a holiday there. Bear in mind,
Yeah.
that's just the tickets.
That's right. Yes.
So they all come back, but that's just.
I heard it's usually cheaper to fly on Christmas because
No.
but I've never done it, so I don't know.
My coworker Liz, she bought a plane ticket just going up to Jersey. It's like $800 to fly. I mean, that's just one way too. Like that's insane.
My friend's come back. The one who moved to Los Angeles. He's back in the UK at the moment. So he's come back. Like he usually comes back around Christmas time, just to see everyone. So I could ask him what that costs him, and I'm gonna guess it's, even though it's LA, so I'm guessing he's going out of LAX and he's probably going to like Heathrow or something.
Probably like 1,500 would be my guess.
Yeah, but what, like, I can't remember who said it, but 1,500 for 15 people.
That was me. That was my dumbass remark. Yeah. Now I know it's 30.
$100 a ticket to get to Paris.
Well, I know what nowadays plane tickets cost, because I always like to idea shop and see, if I want to go to Paris next week with me and my wife, which we can't do, but if we were to go, like I know that would cost like
that reminds me, Craig.
Ticket.
Actually, because I was looking this up like just a couple nights ago, because we were looking up flights to Greece now, and right now they're for the same time frame, like September, October, they're over $1,000 a ticket. On the flip side, the tickets to the United Kingdom are cheaper right now. They're about $600 a ticket. So
is that with layovers or no?
No, some of them are direct.
Wow,
dude, in fairness, where are you going to lay over in the Atlantic Ocean?
Well, if I stopped in Canada first, then
Well, a lot of places will be like they stop in New York, and like we stopped in New York on our way to Italy.
You're going straight north. You need to be going straight.
Yeah, but I mean, they do it because that first plane, when we were going to Greece, we had to fly all the way from fucking Miami to Ottawa in Canada. So.
Isn't that more central, Ottawa?
Yeah.
Interesting.
But, that makes
certain layovers. Planes got to make their money.
Yeah, it was Montreal, and so
interesting.
So yeah, and then we went from Montreal to Athens, and the route you take is actually over the UK, because probably because of the jet stream or something like that.
Yeah, no, the longitude. When you actually look at the globe as a 3D, I can imagine.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
But that is quick. Maybe it's just the fact that Greece has got so much more to offer. The economies, their economies in the shit, but ours is going that way, and it's just so much nicer.
Well, they've just climbed out of the shit, but they've barely emerged.
Yeah.
But they were in the shit for like 20 years. But their tourism right now is better than it's setting records right now. It's better than it's ever been before.
That's where my brother and sister-in-law, they just went to Greece for their honeymoon. And they said it was the most incredible place you could possibly imagine. Granted, and they had their wedding in Italy, and they said they went to Greece for the honeymoon, and it was insanely magical.
Yeah, I would actually live there.
With the historical value that you have of it, intrinsically, of just going, just because there's just history everywhere. Not that there isn't in Italy, of course there is, but because the economy is like on the back foot, even if it's clawing its way up, you're going to get so much more bang for your buck. So if you're going to want to spend some time and actually have...
You think in Greece?
Yeah, for your money, yeah.
I thought so. And granted, they probably went to some nice high-end places, knowing them, but they said it was so expensive compared to Italy. Italy was damn cheap.
Where did they go, though? Did they go to Mykonos? Did they go to Mykonos and Santorini?
They probably went to Mykonos, knowing them. Okay. They probably went to Mykonos.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah. And not only that, if it's getting more touristy, they're go like the higher up end places like Mykonos. Yeah, you're gonna go.
Italy was dirt cheap. So like a meal that would cost you $800 for 6 people here would cost you maybe $200-300 in Italy. And I'm talking bottles of wine, appetizers, entrees for everyone. Italy was insanely cheap compared to.
Right, but you're not going to tourist traps though. That's
Yeah.
the thing. Like, if you're going to, because I went to Mykonos and everything on Mykonos cost 10 times what they did everywhere else I was in Greece.
So it's like if
I
you
got
go
a
to
dinner.
Capri in Italy.
I got a dinner. Let's put it this way: I've got a dinner. We both got a dinner for two on Mykonos that cost nearly 200 euros. And we got like
Spaced
one
out.
drink. That was it. We went to a rooftop in Athens. We had two appetizers, two meals, a whole bottle of wine, and desserts, and it was only 42 euros.
Yeah. I do
So
remember you telling me about that. So it's
yeah,
all about not getting caught up
which
in the
is
whole tourist
essentially
shit.
$42 because the euro and the dollar are basically the same.
Yeah, that's
Basically,
very much
yeah.
up in the same at the moment.
Yeah, which it meant. Think about getting all that at a fucking restaurant here.
Kyle G's.
Where we are, we
Yeah.
would. It's impossible, even
Yeah.
at a crappy restaurant. You know.
I bet the
So-
film was still fantastic as well.
Yeah.
I'm excited
right.
to go to Greece. Sorry, go ahead.
All right. So we got Kevin McAllister emerges from the attic to find an empty home, but he isn't aware that he is the only one there yet. He turns on the kitchen TV. This kitchen, by the way, is a nice kitchen. This is a very nice kitchen. Apart from the wallpaper, all the rooms in the house have wallpaper on them, and that makes it look kind of ugly. But it's a really nice house. It's very very nice to look at. Apart from the wallpaper,
I did make a note. I've sent you a photo of my kitchen before, Brian. Right, their kitchen island. It's like got a little L shape on it. Literally,
Yes.
you could Tetris drop that into my kitchen, and that would be the area that I can walk in.
yeah.
Their little island, surrounded by like
Are you in a studio?
No, I'm in a 2 up, 2 down house. So I've got 2 bedrooms upstairs, living room, dining room, kitchen.
Okay, heard.
So it's a house, one-story house. I do have an attic, but I've got
That's where you put the victims. I understand.
no. They go in the trash.
There you go. So Kevin finally notices something is off and starts going around the house looking for his relatives. At one point, he goes to the basement to find the heater for the house is actually the Dark Lord Sauron of Mordor. It sounds just like Sauron.
None of you watched the Brave Little Toaster.
You.
None of you
It
saw
even
the Brave
sounds
Little
like his
Toaster
fucking
kids.
goofy Mordor language. What did you say, Craig?
None of you see the Brave Little Toaster as a kid.
The what?
Brave Little Toaster?
Yeah, animated film. It was like Don Bluth's
No.
animated film.
Thank God. That sounds horrifying.
It's it actually is quite renowned for being quite a scary kids film. But yeah, I think it's an air conditioner. But basically, all like the appliances are sentient. It's like the Hoover, like the vacuum cleaner, the toaster, the lamp.
Like Beauty and the Beast.
It's much lower budget, but there's one of them, and it's just I don't know if it's a furnace, a central heating, or I think it might be an air conditioning unit. But it's literally like that. It's just got eyes, and it's just a animated thing that unit that comes to life. I just thought they saw this film and went with Nick in that.
It is identical. That's hysterical. I'm looking right now. It's identical. Brian, I'm sure you'll post a picture and a clip. That's identical. That's crazy.
That came out 94, I think, 93, 94. So that's clearly an homage to that.
Yeah, so that scares him. He runs back upstairs. He finally realizes nobody is home and says, I made my family disappear in a somber tone. He then starts thinking about what his family members said to him yesterday. And he...
and then comes in, I made my family disappear.
I was going to say, that sounds like some out of the Sixth Sense.
I wrote, apparently Buzz at some point said he was going to feed Kevin to his tarantula. But that part must have been cut from the beginning because that's the only line of the sequence that wasn't said in the movie prior to that sequence.
Funny.
There were bits of Buzz that were cut, just to show him being meaner, but they just wanted to make it a lighter tone. Initially, this film was a bit darker, and I've seen a few outtakes that were left on the cutting floor. So Buzz was just being a complete arsehole to it, just really hammering it home. he's a shitty older brother. So I don't know if it was one of those. I didn't see them all, but
I'm thinking it was because every other line from everyone else ended up in the movie before that scene hit.
Besides,
so
Sid.
you heard, because you see Uncle Frank go, "Look what you did, you little jerk." He already said that. Kevin's brother, the Weasley, said, Kevin, you're such a disease," and he already said that.
That scene is so fucked up to me.
Incompetent.
Yeah. But she said before too. The line that his mom says, she said before when he went up to the attic. So all of them were said except for Buzz's line about this tarantula.
Maybe they thought that was too dark.
If you can remember this, Brian, you won't, Quentin. I was just waiting for Dougal, like on Planet's Head, where he's remembering all the pictures on the Christmas special, and he's running down the beach, and then Dougal just comes into focus, looks around confused, and then just turns around and fucks off.
Yeah,
I was watching.
Good old Dougal, man. Oh,
God. You'll see that at some point, mate. It's too long to explain, but
it's a great.
Stargate is my next watch.
What was Stargate?
Stargate, the one that I think that's what it was called. That's the one you drilled into me a few weeks ago about. So that's
Stargate or Tombstone, one of the two, man.
Stargate.
They both got
Tombstone. I'll save for my grandpa.
All right. He probably loves that movie too.
He loves it.
So he then says again, "I made my family disappear, but this time it's cheerful," and his eyebrows go up and down. And he's now jumping on his parents' bed with joy for getting his wish. Kevin celebrates some more by going into Buzz's room and taking his BB gun. Before he does, though, he finds a Playboy magazine and is disgusted by it, which is funny. I said he found it about 3 years too early or something like that.
11 years old, yeah.
How old is Macaulay Culkin in this?
Kevin McAllister's character is 8.
Okay, yeah, a few more years.
Yeah,
a few more years.
11 years old, yeah.
Yeah, no clothes on anybody. Sickening.
Yeah. He also finds a picture of Buzz's girlfriend and says, "Buzz's girlfriend. Woof."
What?
Oh! Okay, so fun fact.
There we are. Yeah.
I know it. Go ahead. Take the ball.
You know it too. Okay, so Buzz's girlfriend is actually a man. That is a young boy.
Oh, no!
It's a young boy. It's one of the...
Actually, no. Brian, stop before we go any further. Brian, I want you to just clip this. What he just said there, Buzz's girlfriend is a man. And I just want you to clip that and then just put that out on its own. A 4-second clip.
So
just put it on its own. I was going to keep going and then put a clip of Austin Powers going, "It's a man, baby.
It's a man, baby." It's literally the art director's son.
It's the art director's son, yeah.
Is it?
Which is fucking wild. That this guy is like, "Yeah, let me put my son in this film." Great, Dad. What part am I gonna get? You're gonna be Buzz's girlfriend, son. Don't mean to bruise your ego here, but you're gay now. You're also a chick. I don't know the correct wording for all that, so I apologize. But yeah, that's a dude, man.
You'll never be a lead actor, but God damn it, you can be an ugly girl.
Not to mention the fucking kid in this picture. If anyone here has seen Tenacious D, looks like the younger portrayal of Jack Black is exactly what this kid looks like from Tenacious D.
That's a good shout out for a movie. I love that.
So good.
Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny.
I'd throw some money to review that one day.
Oh God, a 2-man show.
What, you couldn't do it? Oh yeah.
Why do you hate that movie so much?
I say Jack Black. Reasons.
He hates Jack Black and Will Ferrell.
Yeah, what the fuck's wrong with you?
I think we need to kick him out of this fucking thing. I'm just kidding.
Everyone telling me that. I bet you loved it when Skull of Rock came out because I've got the guitars and that whole shit.
You gotta see the X-rated version. It's called School of Cock.
I've seen.
You remember 40-Year-Old Virgin? I don't want your big box of porn, Andy. What is this, School of Cock? Harry Twatter?
Harry Twatter? Yeah. Dude, fuck off, man.
Spaceballs?
All right.
Sorry.
All right. He then
This is where we
the
never
real
get
film.
monetized. Sorry.
Spaceballs is amazing.
It's a real film.
That
I would have bet Captain Quintana's just
the
finding that out at
Schwartz,
the first
right?
moment. The Snorks.
The Schwartz. That's
The
what they
Schwartz.
call it.
The Schwartz, yeah.
Yeah. So Spaceballs is for some reason a movie that my parents let us watch, but we had that on DVD. So that I watched, which is hysterical because I didn't see A New Hope until Brian came into my life. But I would watch Spaceballs at least 150 times before I ever saw an original Star Wars movie.
Well, at least if of all the Mel Brooks films, they let you watch that one. They didn't put Blazing Saddles on.
I don't know what that is, but now I'm intrigued.
Oh shit, dude! You watch Blazing Saddles 150 times, you might have a very different outlook on life. There's from film in the 70s. There's liberal. There's more use of the N word than there is in a Tarantino film.
Yeah.
Think Django Unchained, but Django's now a sheriff.
Oh boy.
It's that's not describing it accurately.
If Salma Hayek is in it, I'm all in, bro. That's all I'll say to that.
Salma Hayek would have been about 3 if she was in this film, mate.
All right, maybe I'd pass.
You do you.
Nope,
All
fuck
right.
you.
What you
He
say?
then Kevin then notices the BB gun, and he gets a big smile on his face. Cut to him setting up little action figures that he will shoot with insane precision. He is really a crack shot with this BB gun. Kevin McAllister. I wrote he would make a good sniper one day. Just don't let him in a school. Now cut to Kevin eating ice cream. And he is watching a fake movie titled Captain Quintana's Dead.
There's just the two of us now.
You snuck that in so good. King Boomer, you snuck that in. I'm sorry, God.
I'd literally never seen Captain Quintana go off the screen completely before. That one must have got to him. All right, so
his face has got as red as his tan line. That's incredible.
yeah, it did. Oh man.
How
So
can you
now-
not tan like that? Did you put something over your face? Go sunbathing.
Yeah, that's crazy. No, I get no sun. I work too much. But go ahead.
So we're gonna cut to Kevin eating ice cream, and he is watching a fake movie titled "Angels with Filthy Souls," which is one of the more memorable parts of the movie.
Yeah, he doesn't like Playboy, but he'll watch that.
Yeah,
We've
it might be that. It might be that movie that Uncle Frank was telling him he couldn't watch. Who knows?
Most likely. That's why he went to
Well,
church
well,
later, is because he watched Angels with Filthy Souls.
It sounds like a porno for sure.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Vivid Angels. Americans can watch violence and have no problem. First set of a hint of boobies, and that's it. Like up in arms, you know.
No, we just subscribe to HBO and act like that's not why we're subscribing. That's what we do in America.
That's why everyone was so upset at the end of Game of Thrones. Nothing to do with the story.
Holy
You
crap.
think it wasn't because there weren't enough tits in
Yeah.
the last season?
Oh,
No,
damn it.
the reason that it's Arya. Arya should never have been in a sex scene. That's the craziest shit in the world. But anyway.
That's the one sex scene, and that's the one. That's kind of
Well, no,
funny.
like that should never have happened. That's the weirdest shit in the world. You're literally watching this kid grow up, and then you
Well,
put her
plus
in a
she still
sex
looks
scene.
like she's 11.
You literally, and they
You know?
decide that hey, this is a great idea. We already have incest. Let's add on child porn to this.
Yeah.
Like, what is wrong with them? Go ahead.
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
so now we got Kevin eating ice cream, and he's watching Angels with Filthy Souls. As a kid, I thought this was an actual like movie or something that they just spliced into
You know the
Home
truth,
Alone.
though.
But then down the road, you figure out it's a fake movie within a movie.
Mhm.
You know, which is it's funny. But now comes the greatest dialogue in the history of cinema. You ready for this? Does anybody know the lines?
You filthy animal! He's got to know it. Craig's got to
Okay.
know it.
Well, He's off camera right now. I think he went to take a piss, so we're gonna have to continue without him. So it's the guy Johnny, the older guy in the chair. There's a knock at the door, and he says, "Who is it?" And a guy in a top hat and a trench coat says, "It's me, Snakes. I got the stuff." The mob's Johnny says, "Leave it on the doorstep and get the hell out of here." So then Snake says, "All right, Johnny, but what about my money?" Johnny says, "What money?" Snake says, "AC said you had some dough for me." Johnny says, "Is that a fact? How much do I owe you?" Snake says, "AC said 10%. Johnny said, "Too bad AC ain't in charge no more." Kevin then yells for his mom for his mom to come and stop him, even though she's not there. Like, "Hey, I'm watching a bad movie. Come and stop me."
Genius of a
But
kid.
then you get back to it, and Johnny says, "I tell you what, I'm going to give you, Snakes. I'm going to give you to the count of 10 to get you ugly, yellow, no good keister off my property before I pump your guts full of lead." And Snake says, "All right, Johnny, I'm sorry. I'm going." Before he gets away, he goes, 1, 2, 10, and takes his Tommy gun and just blows him to hell. And he's laughing while he's doing it. You even see fucking Snakes' body like wriggling on the ground as he's getting shot. It's so good. And then finally it ends, and Johnny says, "Keep the change, you filthy animal."
The most iconic line.
For me, it's the most memorable part of the movie.
100%.
Bar none. Not only it's probably also because it shows up 2 more times in the movie.
But also, like, even if you haven't seen Home Alone, you've heard the term "keep your change, you filthy animal." You've heard that at least 100,000 times in your lifetime living in America. Apparently the UK too, because it's huge out there.
Oh, we have jumpers like this, and it'll just say "keep the change, you filthy animal." You know,
I love
you can
that.
get them.
That's
you
awesome.
can get them with any kind of like, you know, it'll have any sort of like film, you know, like meme quote on there. But yeah, you get them with. I've seen them with that in real life. But yeah, they filmed that, but apparently everything when they filmed it, they obviously did it black and white to be, you know, that neo noir kind of thing. But apparently all the little trinket, like the desk that the guys got in front of him, all the little, you know, bits and bobs on the front, it's all like period correct. So they actually they kind of went.
They went all out for this fake movie within a movie.
Within a movie, yeah.
No
would have
fucking
been made
way.
into a real movie, and they would have made crazy profit off of it.
Yes, they would have. Yes, they would have.
For sure.
Do you know what it reminded me of? I don't ever even talk about this, but it's on The Simpsons where they've got the Rainier Wolf Castle, like as McBain. So Arnold Schwarzenegger is whatever, you know, it's the Arnold Schwarzenegger ripoff guy. Is this not ringing a bell to any of you two? No.
Well, I never watched The Simpsons, so
yeah, I'm not. I'm like, I grew up with Family Guy, American Dad. I never. Simpsons was
okay.
too
So
soon.
the only cartoon that I really watched was South Park.
Okay, so on The Simpsons, they've got a bit like that, a bit like the Angels with Dirty Souls or Filthy Souls, whatever it is. And they'll have, like, they've basically got the Simpsons version of Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it will show a clip of one of his films. But what it actually does if you piece them all together, every single clip that they've put, it's essentially a short film. If you actually took each little bit where they show you know, they're watching it on TV and it cuts to it, like they would Itchy and Scratchy. So you're just watching that little bit. That's the whole TV. You're not watching them watching it on TV. That's what you're watching now. If you cut them all together, it actually sort of has a little cohesive narrative story. And I'm surprised they didn't go that sort of way with it, because they have it in the second Home Alone. It makes a reappearance.
Never seen any of the sequels, by the way. Go ahead.
You watch number 2. Number 2's worth. It's fun time, worth a watch. That's it.
Okay.
You've never seen Home Alone 2?
Never. I've only ever seen the first one.
What?
Yeah, never.
Oh my god.
It's got the Trump in it.
Oh, Donald. Yes,
Donald makes an appearance for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, they're in Trump Towers, I think, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think they actually stay. He stays in
I've
Toronto.
seen that clip.
I don't
just through
think so.
TikTok
It's
and
that
shit like
they
that.
stay in that hotel that he's staying in. He just asks like where the stairs are or something. It's something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it's
Yeah, Trump's in
brief
it, and
appearance.
it's also got Piers Morgan in it.
I did not
As
know
the-
that. Oh
No.
no! Fuck off!
As the pigeon lady. Brian's just fucking.
What did I
clicked on
miss? My dumbass looked up Trump in Home Alone 2. What did I miss?
Just type in "is Piers Morgan in Home Alone 2?"
Oh god, that's
Here's
a good
Morgan?
one. I saw that like last
Yes.
week. Yeah, I saw that last week. That's a great meme. Holy
It should
shit!
come up
Why
with a
does this keep
picture.
coming around? It's not me. I'm not the only bag lady in Home Alone 2. I'm not the bag lady in Home Alone 2. Reed showed proof with the snap of him covered in pigeons for an episode of 2018's, as even his own son brought it to light.
If you just look up that Piers Morgan Home Alone 2, just look up images, and there'll be a side by side. There'll be him next to a character from Home Alone 2.
Oh my god. That's
There you go.
That's
Looks
That's why it's so
exactly
funny.
like him.
Why is it? She looks like a fucking hobbit out of the horrible Prime adaptation of some Lord of the Rings bullshit.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I've never. I can't speak.
It
right
looks
now.
just like Pierce Morgan, though. That's insane.
Yeah, that's pretty wild, isn't it?
Number 2 is worth your watch.
Okay.
Oh, number 2.
It's not
I
bad,
think it's
it's
just
not
as good
bad
as the
at all.
first one.
I
Do
would
that
say
on your. I'd be willing to watch that within the next couple days. I know everyone's busy, but I'd be willing to watch that if you want to release something on Christmas Day.
Wait, what? What are you referring to?
Never mind. Go ahead.
He's told you how busy he is.
I know. Never mind.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna. Kevin turns off the movie and yells, "Mom!" And cut to Mrs. McAllister on the plane, who now feels like they left something behind, but she can't figure out what it is. After talking with her husband about it for a minute, it finally dawns on her that Kevin is not on the plane, and she yells, "Kevin!" which is pretty iconic too. Now Kevin has his sled out at home. He's going to use it to go down the stairs of the house and go out onto the front yard. This actually looks quite dangerous, but the way they shoot it with the camera angles was actually, for it's just a short little sequence like this, it was actually very impressive. The way
Very
they
impressive.
did the camera work on this one.
With him
I thought it
gliding
was-
out of the front door.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then the camera on the front and the back from viewpoint, moving in sync with the sled.
There was quite a bit of-
Super quick little funny thing. Me and my brothers, me and my brother Kian in particular, whenever my parents would go out to dinner or something like that, there was a brief time, probably a month time frame, that we took my brother's twin bed, we'd take it off of its, we'd take the mattress, and we would ride it down the stairs of our house until our parents came home a little too unexpected one night and saw us there, and then proceeded to convince them to watch us do it a couple of times, so that way they knew it was safe. But that was a huge highlight of childhood, was riding a mattress down the stairs. And
That's
even though it was
probably a
like
very good, fond memory you have.
super fun, dude.
You know?
It's
It's weird. I was talking about this at work earlier. I don't think it was related to this, but as kids, a couple of times what we do, just get in a sleeping bag. You have sleeping bags in America, yeah?
yeah.
You call them sleeping bags, yeah? I'm assuming you had them, in case you called them something else. Get in a sleeping bag, top of the stairs, off you go. So obviously it's just smooth, and obviously your legs were just all encased, so there was no.
But you were in a
stuff.
sleeping bag, so your HUDs were still smashing into the stairs.
No. You were sort of sat up. You were sort of sat up and like went down it. You leant back a bit, grab hold of the sleeping bag. But yeah, doing that. No, there was the stunt guy. There's a stunt guy who was only a few inches taller than Macaulay Culkin, so he did that. He also does the zip line later.
30 years old, by the way. The stunt guy who stunted for Macaulay Culkin. 30-year-old man. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, but
That's pretty wild.
the short guy, his stock went up pretty quick after that.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, so realize how dangerous it would be because of the angles and whatnot. So they'd set up an elaborate braking system. So the take that they actually got that they used right before the camera started rolling, he took the brake off so it wouldn't break, and so that what you see is actually him doing the one take
No
going out.
shot.
And
Nice.
so he just went. He's like, "Fuck it, I'm going for it," and he did. And
Full send.
I love stories like that because that's just people wanting to make the film the
Yeah.
best they can. I'm in this
I
one
agree.
bit. I'm going to make it as good as possible. I love that. I absolutely adore that.
Me too.
That's fucking class. That is brilliant.
Crazy.
All right, so we're gonna go back to the plane where Mrs. McAllister is now commenting on how terrible of a mother she is for forgetting Kevin. Uncle Frank says if it makes her feel any better, he forgot his reading glasses. And they all stare at him. That was funny because that's a comment.
That was a good line. That was good.
Cut to the neighborhood street where Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern are revealed to be the burglars who are in the neighborhood to rob the houses while the families are away for the holidays. They mentioned that the McAllister house is the crown jewel of the heist and can't wait to check it out for themselves. They get their crowbars out and head for the house. Kevin wakes up and hears the both of them creeping by and gets very scared. When they get to the basement door, Kevin scrambles to turn the lights on really quick, which spooks them both into leaving for the night. Kevin then hides under the bed until he knows they have left for sure. So this really freaks out Kevin. The family is now off the plane and in the Paris airport. And Kevin's mom kicks a French woman off the phone, literally rips the fucking phone out of her hand. And I went, holy shit, if this happened for real, this would have been a fucking fist fight for sure.
Oh, be a terrorist act. There is actually cutscene, so I'll keep this super quick. As they're running towards it, you see them all running in a group, and then it cuts to behind them, so you see them running towards some double doors. And behind the double doors, behind the glass, you can see there's a family, and they've got like a long sheet of printed paper, like the old dot matrix printed paper, and it says something like "Happy Christmas, McAllister." It's something like that. It's actually an outtake. It was their relatives in Paris, and on the outtake, they all the doors burst open and they run through their relatives through this bit of paper, like when you see someone
break it.
Yeah,
so like a grand opening.
Yeah, but they all just run through because they're running towards the phones to try and phone home. But that was actually an outtake. So you can actually, if you go look back and you see in the back, like beyond the glass, you see like a big bit of white paper stretched out. So I'd seen that as a trivia bit. And when I was watching it back, I was like, "Yep, they're there." But that's what that is.
Interesting.
So it's an outtake. So apparently they've got French family somewhere somehow, but
I think they mentioned it on the phone at some point. Like I think Kevin's mom mentioned it on the phone in like the very first.
She did. She said it was a really weird scene because she was like, "Oh, where did they go?" And then they were like, "Oh yeah, our family is there." It was kind of strange.
Yeah, and actually, like when they do end up in that one place where they're like the families all gathered together, there's a couple characters there that are talking in the background that were not introduced to us. So I'm betting that's the relatives that they had over there.
I figured it was like a 1990 Airbnb situation.
Kind of felt like it, didn't it?
Right?
It didn't have Airbnb back then.
No, so they probably. But you could
hotel.
Also just rent out houses if you have money like that.
No, that's a one floor hotel room. That's
gotcha.
I've been to hotels in Eastern Europe. They look like they just literally every building looks the same. Just one just happens to be a hotel, and it's got like 5 floors and a couple of beds, a couple of rooms on each floor.
Kevin is still under the bed and says, "This is ridiculous. I'm the man of the house now." So he goes outside and starts yelling, "I'm not afraid anymore. You hear me? I'm not afraid anymore." And then the scary old neighbor shows up, and Kevin lets out one of the greatest screams ever and runs back into the house.
Yeah.
And goes back under the covers of his parents' bed. So now Kevin's mom is now calling the police. One of the police on the phone is eating a donut, and his name apparently is Captain Ballsack. Did anybody else catch that?
No, I just like fixated on his donut that's stuck to the phone.
that one piece of donut does get stuck to the phone, but the important thing is we have to establish if his name is Captain Ballsack, because I swear to God he said Captain Ballsack. I did not do any drugs before I started this movie. I am like 100% sure that he said something along the lines of Ballsack.
We need Quintana for that one because my keyboard is not working at the moment.
Yeah,
so.
I don't know, and Captain Quintana's not in this section to tell us. But anyway, if that's not his name, then
you keep talking. I'm just gonna look up Captain Ballsack. Home Alone. You keep talking. I'm listening.
Okay.
What is happening to my search history here?
So anyway, Kevin's mom gets the cops to send someone to the house to check on Kevin. So a policeman checks on the house and knocks repeatedly on the front door, but he concludes that there's nobody home, even though every light is on in the house is on, and it's nighttime. So it's like, I don't know why he just went away. Maybe he just doesn't want to fucking stick around at the house for very long. I also wrote that the policeman has a thick Chicago accent. So that's the second guy that has a pretty prominent Chicago accent going on.
No, it's not only him. I think the girl does too. Sorry, it's Balzac. Balzak. But
Balz?
Yeah, Z. No, Z. Balz.
Z-E-D.
No, AK. Alpha Kilo.
Oh, Zach.
Yeah,
Balzac.
Exactly.
Balzac.
But it's Larry Balzac.
It's basically Ballsack. You know they did that on purpose.
Oh yeah, no, it's Sergeant Larry Balzac.
Oh, I thought it was Captain. Okay, never mind.
Family
Sergeant Balls.
Officer.
That's even better. He's a lower rank. Sergeant Ballsack.
He's here to help you with your family crisis intervention.
Yeah, he's also here to eat all your donuts. God, what a name! I had to do a double take at that name. I was like, what?
I don't want America to get a bad rep for this because police officers would not answer a call like that. I thought that was a big deal for me when I watched this. Like, they're talking on the phone and the police are like, yeah, let me transfer you. It's like, no, if your son is missing, the police are going to help you find your son. They're going to go check in on him. It's not like that in the movie. I thought that was absolutely crazy, especially it being an American-made movie, that they were just like, let me transfer you. Like, there's no.
When there's a missing child, no.
There's a missing child. They are
missing child. If there's a missing child in the state of Florida, every phone in the state goes off with a warning.
Literally,
there's a missing child somewhere.
You probably got woken up last week. I got woken up at like 4 a.m. That shit was insane. Your phone, no matter if it's on silent or not, is gonna buzz like you're getting nuked by North Korea. Is what happens when a child goes missing here.
That's just one of those film things. Brian, when you saw Paddington and Mrs. Brown's describing him, he's about 3'6". He's got a red hat, duffel coat. He's a bear. There's not much to go on, love.
Well, that's a fair statement. He's a bear.
So I think that's just film tropey.
I'm surprised he didn't say, "Are you having a laugh?"
You having a laugh, love? you taking the piss? Go on.
Taking the piss.
You guys got to put me on some British comedy, man. Some UK stuff.
Oh yeah.
There's a Patreon.
Don't worry. There's dude. I haven't even tapped into it all yet, and
heard that.
Been going on it for almost 3 years now. So we got Kevin's mom and dad are still at the airport in Paris trying to figure out how to deal with this. Kevin's mom decides to stay at the airport in case a ticket opens up for her to go back to Chicago early. Dad and the rest of the family will return in 2 days. Kevin McAllister has just taken a shower and apparently shaved because he puts on aftershave and it burns his face. Where he goes, ah!
Do you know that
iconic moment.
That scene was somewhat improvised there? So he's just supposed to touch his face and, that be that. But he kept his face on there. He kept his hands on his face like it was super glue. And then the scream itself was also improvised. So when he kept it there, it's a very iconic scene in Home Alone where he goes, ah! That scene was Macaulay Culkin just doing his thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you know what? It took me until I was an adult to get that joke.
Oh yeah,
I-
Me too.
That shit
Me too.
burns. Yeah, when
Me
you're
too.
sitting-
But the burn isn't as intense as you think it's going to be.
no, but as a
Unless
kid
you
who's
shave
8
with the
years old,
straight.
you know.
Here's the thing, though. Also, because to go on your point here, you don't really feel that burn unless you shave with a straight razor.
Yeah,
if
like
you
if you
shave
go to
with
a barber,
like, right?
if you go to a barber, they shave you down and then they put on aftershave, and you have to act like it doesn't hurt. You're just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I've never had like a straight razor shave, like from a barber. But no, one thing I will say to that, which is this is again must be one of those weird happens in the UK, happens in the US simultaneously things. It's Brute Acatonic that he's putting on the green bottle, which is like very popular.
Is that what it is?
Brute, yeah, BURT.
Okay.
Okay.
That still gets sold here. That and Old Spice's aftershave still get bought here, and they get given to people's very old granddads and grandpas and granddads. Like no one else wears because that shit was
Really?
hot in the 70s. And
Old Spice though. Old Spice is really big here still.
Old
yeah,
Spice
but
is
Old
big.
Spice got rejuvenation because of the adverts and the muscle up guy. Old
Yep.
Spice was like my dad used to use Old Spice when I was growing up as a kid. It's
Yeah.
like a proper old man's aftershave.
I mean,
But
it's
got
in the
Brute on
name.
That
It's
shit's
old.
probably like, now Brute is probably like 90% distillated methanol spirits, and the rest.
Oh,
is just,
Brute.
yeah, BURT, but no E at the end. BURT.
Okay, yeah.
So Brut, if you like.
Brut, yeah.
But it's called Brute, and it's got umlauts on it or something. But yeah, that shit could strip paint. Honestly, so when he puts that, I was like, you know what? As an adult, that joke works. That joke works really well. Because if I put that on, I'd do the same face. I'd just be about, 33 years older.
It ain't
Okay.
cheap. It's about $30 for a couple ounces of it.
Are you shit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, damn, that's
You just gotta buy it in bulk and come to America and sell that shit. All right, Craig.
Yeah.
Well, if I find out finance my trip, yeah. Jesus
There you
Christ.
go.
Kevin now goes back into Buzz's room and he wants the container on the top shelf. He has to climb to get it, but he has to climb the shelves. Once he gets too high, the shelves collapse. But he does get Buzz's money eventually because the container comes down with it. But also that we now see that the tarantula has escaped. So it is now free to roam the house. It can do whatever it wants to now.
That tarantula is red mist.
Yeah.
It did not survive that fall. But no, it's a great plot device, and it's pretty smart. Yeah, it's pretty smart the way it's peppered through the film.
Yeah. Harry and Marv start robbing their first house in the neighborhood, and as they're doing it, a voicemail recording comes on, where Kevin's dad leaves a message asking the neighbor to check on Kevin at the house. So now Marv and Harry know Kevin is home alone at the house. Kevin is now at the store where he wants to buy a toothbrush, but wants to know if it is. I laughed at this. He wants to know if it's approved by the Dental Association. That's
the
funny.
most spoiled rich kid shit scene out of this movie I have ever seen.
You would never.
Ma'am, is this vino approved by the?
I don't
by
even
the
think
thing?
it's. I don't even think it's spoiled rich kid because what fucking kid would even give a shit?
No, okay.
But-
Think about it like this: kid goes to a store. Sir, are these A grade, grass-fed, pasteurized? Like, no, I'm sorry. If I'm going to get a toothbrush, I'm going to grab a toothbrush.
That's
But,
the
like,
sign of a
I'm
kid
not-
who gets bullied. If he asks that question, is this dental approved? And then the kid comes
Okay,
up and
that's
be
fair.
like, "No, well, my fist is approved to hit your face right now," and then bops him.
That's fair.
That's something
Yeah.
that a bullied kid would say, not someone who's genuinely interested. If it's fucking approved by the dental,
I thought it was a
Association.
spoiled rich kid thing, personally.
Do you know what the modern equivalent of that is?
The what?
Is this vegan? Is this Peter approved?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is this grade A pasteurized? That's
Yeah.
exactly what I thought. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
shut up, kid. Just brush your
Is
damn
this-
teeth.
Is this tuna dolphin free?
Yeah.
Which I I once asked that.
No, wait, what?
I was 9 years old.
You said, is
that's
this tuna
amazing.
dolphin free?
That's
Yes.
amazing.
Is that what you
Uh,
ask the girls before you do the deed?
At 9 years old, no, wait till 16
No.
for that.
God, I wasn't. All right, never mind.
All right, let's continue here. As the
I'm not sure
store,
where you were going with that. But
I don't know where you were going either, Captain.
All right, never mind.
I don't
Go
know where
ahead.
you were going with that.
I
Something
think
sexual. Knowing you though, it was something sexual as well.
Oh,
No, nothing sexual with me, never. Not this guy.
I know you too well. As the store owners are talking about if this is approved by the Dental Association, the old scary neighbor comes in and scares the bejesus out of Kevin, slamming his cut hand on the table.
it's
Kevin,
it's bondage. 8-year-old Marilyn Manson comes in the bond. It just goes to his bondage boots, like, oh, what sex dungeon have you just come from, mate? Fucking hell! And he just comes up, slams his hand on the table, trying not to be a scary man, as we find out later in the film. Kevin backs off, stealing a tooth, and he doesn't think, oh, I better say something.
Oh.
Do you know what? Fuck it, I'll pay for the toothbrush. He's my neighbor.
Mhm.
It just scares him off. And there's just,
they're keeping the
total
scary thing
disconnect.
going a little.
This is something
little
that
too
I
much,
wondered
but-
about the entire film. There's certain scenes where you see the shots from Kevin's perspective. When he's down in the basement and he sees the furnace come to life and do all that. I'm wondering if when he's seeing this old man and the old man is creepily staring at him, in reality, because you have these very small breaks in reality from Kevin's perspective, where, you know, he sees the furnace come to life, blah, blah, blah. When he sees the old man, he's creepily staring at him. In real life, I'm wondering if this old man is just like there and just being like,
hey,
you know?
yeah, I get exactly what you mean.
So in
yeah.
those two
It's
scenes
a
where you have
figment
this,
of Kevin's imagination.
yes, that's, and I when I saw, you know,
Oh,
obviously
that far! Wow. Okay.
I probably thought too deep into it, but truthfully, because you see certain points of the movie where you're in Kevin's imagination. So that's kind of how I viewed that. Because I'm like, all right, you know, why the hell is the old man not like, how are you, kid? You know, like that's the only thing I could think of.
Simple response to that, we know it's not, is the store clerk runs out the store and then yells at the cops to chase him.
Yeah.
And I don't know much about Chicago, but I know the police are pretty busy, even during the day.
I don't know about
Cops
1990 though.
Craig, I know where you're going with this, but that's not why this next scene is a little bit of blasphemy here. I will tell you why it's blasphemous, though, because
there's a train running in America.
No. So Kevin is so scared that he goes out with the toothbrush still in his hand. He runs out the door, unknowingly robbing the place of a toothbrush. Because I bet he's just so scared he doesn't realize it. The lady then says, "Jimmy, stop that boy!" And in comes Jimmy, who I wrote athlete and college recruit. He runs out he runs out the door, and instead of risking injury and the cancellation of his college football scholarship, he sees a fat cop and yells "shoplifter," forcing a cop who can't even run 5 miles per hour to risk his life by almost having a heart attack chasing after a little boy.
Fucking Paul Bart's mall cop.
That's what's blasphemous about this.
Yep.
Mate, they're there to serve and protect.
I don't know why.
Fuck right off. They're not here to serve and
Yeah,
protect.
serve and eat donuts was that cop's motto.
Fuck off. Your Scottish scholarship guy had a fucking apron on. He might as well walked out that diner from Groundhog Day. He was there with his
Yeah, because he's a rich kid who
apron.
just has the part-time job to keep him busy.
Yeah, that kid looked like he was the quarterback in whatever school he was attending.
Did you see that kid and his haircut? He was being groomed to play quarterback for the University of Texas.
He was being groomed, was he?
Oh, I didn't mean that way. You know what I fucking meant.
Come to England, fucking say that sentence. See if you think anyone's going to college. They're going to school somewhere else, boy.
Yeah,
A
but
lot of
the fact that this guy who is perfectly able-bodied and looks like a high school athlete, yells shoplifter to a fat cop leaning up against a car who
Go
looks like
get
he's
that
going
guy.
on. He's getting close to 300 pounds.
Yeah.
That was a criminal offense in itself. Like, dude, go after him yourself. If I was that cop, I literally would have looked back at him and been like, yeah, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, but 70-year-old Michael looks like Brian looked exactly like that. That's why he got so offended. It's like, I looked exactly like that. I'd chase after him. I just imagine.
No, I did not. No, I did not look like him. I did
look-
never
Well,
have hair that nice.
Brian, you were a stud.
that I believe, but I believe
if your camera was panned up a little
I'm
bit
sorry.
more-
What are you doing there, Craig? Are you jerking off?
Yeah, 100%, bro.
He's,
Okay,
his
Thinking
hand
about
is
Brian at a young age. He's like, "Fuck yeah, dude!" Ah,
That's what I've been popping
we're
in my
getting the
mouth.
gummy down there. What was her name?
Oh, yeah.
so
those
why aren't you
fucking
popping
gummies.
him in your
That's so
mouth? Are you?
fucking
I
nice.
thought you were either jerking
I've got a
off or
handful-
about getting ready to throw some dice.
I've got a handful of them, and it's some sticking together. I'm just going like, you bunch of fucking twats. Why am
We're
I
not
saying
the thoughts that you're thinking about.
Ah!
All right.
Oh!
I was thinking about Macaulay Culkin on ice. Slipping.
Oh. Ooh.
Come
All
on,
right. This ain't Neverland Ranch. Calm down.
come on, Macaulay.
Oh my god!
Be my Haribo gummy
I'll
bear.
come for you, Craig.
Oh, so that whole sequence happens
Is that
after.
gonna get cut?
No, it's staying.
No, hang on. You can tell we're not monetized yet.
Yeah, we're not monetized, so who cares?
God
You
bless.
you can tell I'm not fucking letting anyone watch this that I know. It's going to be everyone off King Boomer's Patreon, and the rest are going to be Americans. There's been no one that I fucking know watching this shit. Fucking.
All right, so after Kevin gets away, he's walking in his neighborhood. He looks down at the toothbrush and says, "I'm a criminal." Like he's disappointed at himself.
Sponsor us.
Yeah.
This
They're
leads
st-
us to our sponsors, folks. SeatGeek. If
Yeah,
you want
man.
cheap, affordable,
Blue Chew.
yeah, we'll do. Low key, Brian gets an email 2 days later after reviewing this video. We're contemplating.
Shit, I hope so, because I've been offered hundreds of sponsorships on my
Have you not taken
main
a single
channel.
one?
No, I've not taken a single because I
Kudos
wouldn't.
to you, man.
Because here's the thing, I like, and you know,
If
yeah,
you take
I've probably
that's
missed
so
out
obvious you have a
on
recommended search.
look, I've on that side I've probably missed out on a lot of financial opportunities, but I'm a big believer in I don't like promoting things for money unless it's something that I actually do use and believe in. Which I've never gotten
Well, we could. I'm sure there's plenty of things that Quintana will use that you wouldn't.
Yeah, Craig.
Right,
for instance,
you're right.
Craig
Which
would
if
for sure
here's
use
the thing,
Blue Chew.
like if just between us, like if we eventually get monetized and we get sponsorship offers for sponsorships, I'm running it by you guys first. I'm not just going to decline everything. So
That's love.
so I'll let you guys
Brian, I
decide.
could
No,
kiss you on your mouth.
If it's
right
two
now.
against three, then I'll be like, hey, you know, who cares?
I'm sure there's
Well,
nothing.
you are in the middle
Quintana
of
wouldn't-
this sandwich, so
Yeah, but
So there's
we'll
clearly
see. We got to
nothing-
get monetized first,
Yeah,
and
let's just keep
notice
enjoying
it's-
for
yeah.
now.
I'm
Yeah,
still
there's
doing-
also
I'm-
a lot of scam promotions that are just trying to take your
There's
money.
also a lot of freedom that comes with not being monetized, which is very nice. Like I like being able to just shoot shit with you guys and being able to occasionally slip up and say something that could, get you arrested. It's fun.
Yeah.
I think
I'll
there will,
regret saying
there,
this
will,
in 2 years, but hey,
there will come a certain time where we will be monetized. Let's just say that day comes, and I'll be able to go. Thank fuck he has to cut that out.
yeah.
I've said some fucking outrageous bullshit. So
I'm hoping, Brian, are you going to cut this little clip out right here?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Go on, say it. Go on, say it.
All right. Well, we gotta get going here. It's
Sorry, go ahead.
2 hours and
We
15
wanna
minutes,
hit
and
the
we're not even
3-hour mark.
halfway there yet.
We want to hit the
Come on,
3-hour
we
mark
need to
tonight.
blow
We
on.
got this.
Yeah. So cut to Marv, who is plugging up the sink of the house they robbed, and he turns the water on. He gets in the car, and Harry says, "You did it again, didn't you?" Marv says, "All the greats leave a calling card. We are the Wet Bandits." Harry tells him that he is sick. They start driving, and they almost run over a kid, and that kid is Kevin McAllister. The scream that Kevin does as the van almost hits him is pretty funny. Ah!
Do you- so I know we're plowing ahead, but this is worth mentioning how they actually did that.
Tell us.
It's in reverse. So
Oh.
they start off. You've got extras just jiggling the van from the back, making it rock as it like comes to a stop, and it rocks to show that it's stopped. You got people wiggling the van, and then the van reverses, but then they just play it forward because all you've got is Kevin just doing the face.
Yeah.
So the scream is ADR. Scream's put in After Effects. So someone's rocking the van, and then the van reverses. So when you play that forward, van comes forward and starts rocking.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Here's the thing, and I'll just touch on this super fast because I know we're trying to hurry it along a little bit. But like going back, I hate to drill this in, but I know we all three of us can dive into how shitty CGI has made movies nowadays, but it's practical effects, things like that people choose not to do in their movies now because it's a little bit harder. They would just rather implement CGI and do that. But to the average moviegoer who goes and see this movie, it's going to look slightly off to them. For anyone listening, we love the practical effects. For me, that was seamless. I never would have known that had you not talked about that, Craig. And that is something that people used to do in movies back then that made movies so incredible. Because when I watched this movie, it looked like they almost crashed into Macaulay Culkin, Kevin.
Okay, yeah.
And it was so cool, so seamless. You didn't even know that happened. It was just cool, practical effects. However, they chose to shot that scene is what made that so damn cool. And my God, I want to get back to that. It'll never happen, but it's just.
Some people still do that, but just the fact that they thought, how can we do this?
Yeah.
What can we do? Because they don't have CGI. Oh, yeah. Just do it in reverse. We can't hit him. We can't drive forward and hit him. Let's do it in reverse. How can we make that work? And it just took a couple of moments of that lateral thinking. How do we get around this? And bang. And that's what they used to do. That's how they came up with all the classic shots.
How cool is that? How cool is that?
It's fucking...
Looks better, too.
It looks so much better.
Looks way better. All right. So
and it's real because it's real. Even though
yes,
it's got the ADR, it's real. And it's
Lord of the Rings to The Hobbit.
All right. Well, there's a lot of CGI in Lord of the Rings, too.
There is a lot of CGI, but a lot of practical effects. Hence
where they could do practical effects, they did them.
Correct.
Hobbit is another story.
Which was 90% of it.
Yeah. Well,
the Battle of Helm's Deep
I don't know about
story.
90, but
okay. Well, the Battle.
But
of
I know
Helm's
what you
Deep
mean. Where they could do practical effects, they did.
Peter Jackson actually implemented a very crazy form of AI. I put that in quotes for the Battle of Helm's Deep, which me and Craig, I wonder if you know about that. We'll talk about that later. But sorry, go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah, mega. I know about that. Yeah.
All right. Kevin starts to walk away, and they yell at him for not watching out for traffic. Then Harry changes his tune and says, "Merry Christmas," with the wink and the smile, and Kevin recognizes his gold tooth and knows immediately that he was not an actual cop in the first scene. Harry says that he doesn't like the way that Kevin looked at him, and they decide to follow him to see which house he goes into. Kevin then picks up on this, starts running, but he runs to the church, and Harry and Marv don't see him because Kevin puts a cloth over himself and pretends to be a part of the nativity decoration in the front.
Or Frodo Baggins.
Or Frodo Baggins.
You
could look at it that way.
Super quick. I will make it super quick. There is a scene right before they rob that house that Harry actually said it was on the cutting room floor scene. Harry says that he's sick of how cynical Christmas has become, so that's why they rob on Christmas. So actually, there's a bit of a humanizing Harry to a degree, even though obviously he's a criminal and he robs. but it's because Christmas has got no more meaning anymore. So when he actually says Merry Christmas and he smiles, if you had that in conjunction with that scene, there's a bit of, because he doesn't know who this kid is at the moment.
Yeah.
He's just visiting with the van. He's like, "Hey kid, Merry Christmas," and it's like, actually, in that context, you can put it as a human moment.
Didn't he also say some outlandish shit to Kevin though? If my memory is serving right, he was like, he said some creepy death thing.
They were talking about how, like, you know, basically he could have died easily, and
Yeah,
there was
which is a fair statement to say to a child who's walking out in front of a car. Okay.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. Go ahead.
All right. Well, so he
they're walking down the
escapes.
street, so he goes to the nativity scene. They are scared to go into the church. They said they're not going to the church.
Yeah, so they
But,
don't follow him.
They obviously have that, or they sorry, they don't. I thought you meant don't follow, as in they don't follow the church, as in either they do and they don't want to go in, or we're not.
Well,
we don't follow in there.
Joe Pesci even says, like, I'm not going in there, and
No,
Marv agrees with him. So Kevin says they will come when they come back. He will be ready for them next time. Kevin says that, night, and then it switches to night, where Marv and Harry come back in their van to the McAllister house to find every light on, and it looks like the McAllisters have returned, but there's human shadows appearing in the windows. But wait, go in the house, and it's mannequins and a tall cutout of Michael Jordan that Kevin has put together to make it look like there are people home. Yes, Captain.
Where the fuck did the mannequins come from?
I don't know.
Multiple mannequins.
There was
answer.
one mannequin in the basement.
In the bedroom. No, there's one in the bedroom as well.
So there's one in the bedroom, one in the
notice the one in the
basement.
bedroom.
Okay, so they did show scenes that show that. Because
I know there's one in the basement.
Okay, so you're saying bedroom, he's saying basement, which means that there's at least two. Okay, I'm good with that.
It's got one of Catherine O'Hara's like dresses,
Okay,
dresses on it.
that makes
Okay.
sense. I was like, all right, where did this kid just get all these mannequins? Is this new theft shopping spree for like your local JCPenney?
They're criminals.
Oh, yeah. All right,
They've been at it for a long time. That's why they can afford tickets to Paris.
Yeah, $40,000 worth.
Every American mom, and apparently also a fashionista, and behind the curtains.
Yeah, I wish I had a mannequin when I was 11. Would have done a hell of a lot better job than my stuffed animal. Sorry.
As the scene is happening, "Rocking Around the Christmas Tree" is playing, which is my favorite Christmas
A week
song.
before Christmas, Quentin, you should be ashamed.
I should. And I am.
Harry and Marv leave before somebody sees them. Kevin watches them leave through the window and smiles because he's duped them. Cut to the McAllisters, where Kevin's dad is trying to talk to people on the phone. One of Kevin's sisters is worried about him, but Buzz is not. Of course, it's Buzz that's the one that's not worried about Kevin. She asks why he is not worried about him, and then Buzz says no for 3 reasons. And now I wrote down, "Welcome to Logic" with Buzz McAllister.
Amen.
He writes down that his reasons are: A, I'm not that lucky; 2, we have smoke detectors; and D, we live on the most boring road in the United States where nothing will ever happen.
Yep.
He says 3 reasons: A, 2, and D.
Mm-hmm.
And the first 2 don't make any fucking sense whatsoever.
I liked when he said he said he could use a little bit of that. And my biggest takeaway from this entire film, I'll get to the when we get to the end in the review process of it, I will tell you what I took out of this film, which is a lot. But I love this scene with Buzz. I grew up with 2 older brothers, and I kind of wish that they had done this for me. But go ahead.
Okay. What? Tell them that they're not worried about you?
Not that they're not worried about me, but he needed that. As much as Kevin was getting fucking Harry Pottered by most of his family, he was a little spoiled craphead who didn't.
Oh, now okay.
didn't
Now
really
I
do
know where
a
you're
lot
going
for
with
himself.
this. Gotcha.
So his older brother was like, "Yo, he needs this," and he says that in this following scene, and he's like, "Yeah, I think he needs a little kick in the ass," and to a certain degree,
He says
And-
it by going A, 2, and D.
Yeah, well, yeah,
That shit cracked me up.
but he
A to
he
D.
does care for his brother, and we tell that by the end of the show. But that is that older brotherly love that I felt like Kevin needed. You know, just his own personal thing coming from the baby of the family. I'm the youngest, and he needed that.
I mean,
Maybe
you
not
got
to get robbed and all that, but you know.
Mhm.
Don't you have an older brother, Brian?
Yes, I'm the youngest as well. I
You're
have
the
an
baby?
older brother and 2 older sisters. Yes,
No.
by a wide margin too. My closest sibling is my brother, and he's 11 years older than me.
Damn.
God
The
damn,
ro-
he's older than me.
So Papa King Boomer. All right.
Yeah,
Say, Mom.
I was the accident. I was.
Oh,
I
you're a
was not the
great
planned one.
accident.
I'm trying to fuck me. I'm not gonna say.
You're a beautiful accident. All same parents, so
No.
okay.
All right, so back to the McAllister home where the pizza man returns and finds a note on the front door. The Fast and Furious pizza boy. He finds a note on the front door to use the back door. So he goes to the back door and knocks. And then you hear, "Who is it?" And it's Kevin using the Angels with Filthy Souls to pay for the pizza.
Well, hang on. It's not Papa John's. Did you think you said it was Papa John's? Yeah.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, I missaid.
Because you said
No, it's-
McDonald's earlier, Craig. Anyway.
Shut up. No, the pizza is called Little Nero's.
Little Nero's, yeah.
All right. So Little Nero's Pizza.
Underneath, we've got a little tagline. No more fiddling.
No more fiddling.
Yeah. come on.
Oh,
Brian
Neverland
makes
Ranch
sense.
put that into the film.
That's actually pretty cool. Pretty good. I like it.
And it does have a little caricature of someone with a fiddle. But historian buffs. When I saw,
We don't know if. Here's the thing, though. We don't know if Nero did that for sure. That's just.
Well, no, we did.
when
we
you
do
say
know
Nero,
because-
are you talking about Robert De Niro?
No, we're talking
Yeah,
about Emperor. It's fucking.
yes, not Robert De Niro, famously renowned with.
He's
I'm
being
gonna hurt
don't listen.
myself.
Don't listen to him. He's being a prick. We're talking about Emperor Nero from ancient Rome.
Okay,
So-
well, you know what?
You never heard that?
I've been to Rome and I know like 2% compared to what you guys know, so I'm a poser. All right.
Yeah, but you've actually been there. I'm jealous, dude.
He was
Emperor Nero famously played the fiddle while Rome burned. So
Oh, okay.
while he was
It's like
emperor,
the saying.
He's basically the mad emperor. He was like the craziest emperor that they had.
Joaquin
Although you
Phoenix.
can make arguments for other ones that were worse.
yeah,
You know,
Caligula.
Caligula comes to mind. Yeah,
Yeah, he's probably
Commodus, who Joaquin Phoenix portrays in the movie, although it's a different Commodus, but Commodus is up there as well. Yes.
Yeah, they're
They-
all
they-
complete spoolooses. But no, apparently when Rome was burning, which there was a fire in Rome, Caligula. There was propaganda that Caligula started it, and while Rome was burning, he was watching it playing a fiddle. Problem with that, fiddle was around for about another 1,300 years. So that, yeah, he probably
That
wasn't
didn't
playing
hold
fiddle.
up. That's up there with
but-
CGI sharks. Heard that.
Yeah. Also, it was probably. I think it's mostly documented that he was in his villa, which is about 35 miles away from Rome when this fire happened.
Gotcha.
But
Yeah, I think I've read
Nero,
that before too.
so it's Papa Nero's no fiddling around, and it's got someone playing. That is for a geek. That is a very good joke.
That is a nice touch. Yeah.
That's one of the jokes that a geek would wear on his t-shirt, and only other geeks would. Everyone else is looking at him.
I need to brush up
sideways.
on my Roman knowledge.
Hang around with Brian more. Jesus.
Did you
Christ.
guys know that the twins?
I don't know enough. I need to
There's-
know more.
So something that I was taught. I mean, Christina's parents, when we went to Rome and we were doing the Colosseum tour, he took us on many different tours. But the thing that he said, and this guy, if you asked him any question, he would have had the answer to. But he stated to all of us clearly that if we spent our entire life dedicated to knowing the history of Rome, there would still be so much more that we would never be able to hear about. Roman history is just so profound. There's so much of it. But something
There's still so much we don't know too.
yeah. The fact that we
I-
don't know the architect of the Colosseum is what baffles me the most. They didn't want whoever drew up the blueprints to the Colosseum. They didn't want him known at all. We have no idea who came up with the plans for it. But the twins that were portrayed in Gladiator 2, they're brothers, obviously, in real life, but they actually wanted to separate the Roman Empire into two different parts, is something that I now know. But they wanted to take, one half for each of the brothers and to have the Roman Empire separated. I thought that was crazy. Obviously, didn't happen.
Well, eventually they did it.
It eventually did happen.
They did.
It did get split off.
Well, not those two particular
not from them, not by them.
But down the road,
Centuries later,
I think like 100 years later or something, they would, or 150 years later, they would split into what would become the Eastern Roman Empire and the Western Roman Empire.
Gotcha.
And the Western Roman Empire would collapse
Germany
relatively quickly, which was Rome and Spain, France, North Africa. The Eastern Roman Empire, however, would survive for another 1,000 years because we refer to it as the Byzantine Empire. But
until they put all the money into the bottom basement of the Vatican.
Well, I don't think the money in the Vatican is left over from the Roman Empire. I believe that's tribute from all the states that were loyal to the Pope.
Theorist in me. This is the conspiracy theorist in me.
Okay.
The Roman Empire falling. I don't know. Never mind. Go ahead.
Well, are you talking about it just became the church?
Yes, exactly.
That some people say that it's, which there's an argument to be made for that, but it's.
Are you for it or no? Because obviously I'm not. Okay.
No, and it's because, but we got to get back to this movie.
I'm so sorry.
But the reason why I don't buy into that is because the Western Roman Empire fell, which Rome was sacked multiple times, and
so a lot of shit.
All those places broke off into their own states. The church is a completely different thing, where they set up the center of Christianity after Rome fell. They set up the center of Christianity in Rome, where Rome became like the ritualistic center of Catholicism. Where it's not the Roman Empire. It's just the center of the Catholic Church. Okay. It's completely different thing.
Of Constantinople. I'm trying to remember.
Constantinople didn't get sacked until like the 1400s.
Yeah,
so that was 1453, I think.
We need to create a separate channel, for like history and stuff like that, because I want to dive into this. I want to learn some.
Plus, the Eastern Roman Empire had a different. Once the Western Roman Empire fell, the Eastern Roman Empire broke off from them in the church as well. Eventually, they split apart in churches because what's left over.
So Western side.
The Greek Orthodox Church is essentially the Eastern Roman Empire's version of Christianity. But anyway, we're diving too far into this.
We are.
No, I actually do want to talk about this though, so we will at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll do a 5-hour review on the Passion of the Christ, and we can just go.
Hey, I'm game for that. Let's go, Mel Gibson, baby.
Mel Gibson, ready to fuck up some more Jews.
Apocalypse.
Let's fucking go, baby.
Wait, what did you just say, Craig? Craig, no! Off-screen moment.
Oh no! Hang on, we're still not monetized. Brian's keeping this in. If that sorry son of a bitch can do it, I'm fucking saying it.
Oh, shit.
All right.
That is 2 hours of it. That is Happy
All right.
Christmas! Happy Hanukkah!
Ryan,
Yeah.
you're all right. Is not saving this moment.
No, I know, but we really got to push forward to this. Otherwise,
Actually-
this is going to be a
actually,
5-hour
Brian-
rwe're
All right, ready?
That last
All
bit,
right, because
you
it's
really
we're
need
at
to
2.5 hours. We're halfway
You really-
through the movie.
You really need to cut that last bit out.
Yeah, no, it's probably not a bad idea. I know it's more editing for you, and we apologize.
It's 2.5 hours in.
The last one made it in.
If I see
It
this
doesn't
on
matter.
Monday,
It doesn't
if I
matter.
see
All
this
right,
on-
let's
Sorry, Brian.
All right, let's keep going. All right, so Kevin is using the Angels with Filthy Souls to pay for the pizza, which is fuck, I totally lost my train of thought here.
I'm so
Well,
sorry.
it's just him being a little badass, just try to do a
Yeah,
bad
so
thing.
Kevin is using the Angels with Filthy Souls movie to speak for him to pay for the pizza, and eventually he's like, "How much do I owe you?" And the pizza guy is like, "That'll be $11.80." So he puts out $12 and says, "Keep the change, you filthy animal," and which means he gets a 20% tip. And the
No,
pizza
20
guy
cents.
says
20 cents, not per cent.
20 cent, yes.
I thought
Sorry.
you said 20%. I'm like, damn, he should have been grateful.
Yeah. So so then he says cheapskate, and then he says, "Hey, I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you to the count of 10," and goes through the whole thing again. And he goes 1, 2, 10. And I'm writing in all capital letters. This scene would never work in real life. You just have to this is one of those scenes where it's so ridiculous, but you have to let it go because it's
This house has got the worst soundproofing ever because he plays him with that, he plays Marv with that, with the firecrackers, which the firecrackers are there. But when they're doing the Michael Jordan going past the windows and they've got Jingle Bells Rock or whatever it is, or rocking around the Christmas tree, it's like, but then it cuts to them in the van, and they can still hear the song. It's like, how loud are you playing this fucking song?
yeah.
This you'd have to have the speakers against the windows with the windows open. This is the song is
Yeah,
obviously
the sound.
I know it's for effect, but it's just like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there
You
must
can
be
hear
speakers
everything.
there must be speakers at the top of the house blurring the sound outside. I don't know.
Everything inside is just getting fed outside. Yeah.
Yeah. After the pizza man flees for his life, Kevin opens the door and grabs the pizza, so now he has a cheese pizza all to himself. At the Paris airport, Kevin's mom is trying to get a woman to switch tickets with her so she can get home to Kevin earlier. After the husband grudgingly agrees, it turns out this flight is to Fort Worth, Texas. So it's a long way from Chicago. Even if she makes it there, she's going to have a long way to go. Still, then Kevin is watching Johnny Carson at home now, and he pulls out a picture of his family, and he says he didn't mean it. If they come back, he will never be a pain in the butt again. And that's when you see it's the two parents and his four siblings, including Kevin. So the next morning, Kevin is singing White Christmas and puts on the aftershave again and screams. So he does that again.
I can't remember the name of the film. The one with Phoebe Cates where she gets out of the pool, she takes off the bra. 1980s film. So, Brian, I think you'll be the only one who might remember this.
Which movie is this again?
It's super famous.
It's
Phoebe
I know
Cates.
exactly what you're talking
Is
about.
it-
It's
is
a
it
red
the one we
bikini and she
talked
opens
about?
it up. It's
Yeah.
with the young Sean Penn. What's the fucking movie called? Yeah.
And it's got Andrew McCarthy, who was in Mannequin from 1986. So I've got to guess it's the John Hughes film. Phoebe Cates was the girl from
Fast Times at
Gremlins.
Ridgemont High.
Ridgemont High. I think that must be it. I think it is. Anyway, so every young guy in America at that time, that was the most paused VHS bit because she's got a front fastening bikini top, takes it off. So you see this is Quentin, young Phoebe Cates. You get to see everything there. This is Michael Jackson's equivalent. His most paused moment in VHS history. Macaulay Culkin wearing nothing but a towel, putting on some.
Oh my God. Phoebe Cates. Wow.
Yeah.
Yo, that oh my god was the worst time ever.
Holy.
That was fucking terrible. Brian, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Go with the film.
Oh,
Where Macaulay
dude.
Culkin Macaulay
I gotta
Culkin
move on before
No,
somebody
not-
puts Quentin
not
on a
Macaulay
watch list.
Culkin, Young Phoebe Cates. Young
But
Phoebe
it's a-
Kate is all I looked up, and then maybe a word that spelt out tits. I don't know.
Oh no, but you did the like orgasmic. Oh my god! What? As soon as Craig says Macaulay Culkin in a towel.
No, I'm not Michael Jackson.
Oh,
No.
oh
Well,
my god!
we will
Please.
let the comments section decide on that one after that.
Oh fuck me.
Fucking hell, dude.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Oh
they.
my god.
All right, let's keep going here.
All right.
All right. But yeah, she's very
Yeah,
attractive.
that
Quentin.
is Michael
What movie
Jackson's
is this,
Phoebe
though?
Kate moment.
Fast Times at Ridgemont High, I believe
Thank
it
you.
is. The tarantula is lurking around the house in one of these shots. So just to put it in your head that the tarantula is still
In the
out there
bathroom.
creeping.
It's in the bathroom,
Kevin
around.
then goes to the grocery store to do some grocery shopping since his parents aren't home to do it for him. The cashier is suspicious of him, but Kevin is a good liar. It was funny seeing him try to talk like an adult. What is this? He's probably sending a picture of her tits
No.
in the
Jesus.
chat.
No, that's horrible. It's Macaulay Culkin in a towel. Sick fuck.
Hang on.
Once
I'm
Kevin's-
going to- I'll be right back.
Just go look at the picture.
Once home, Kevin starts doing laundry. As he is doing it, the Dark Lord Sauron that is trapped in the heater of the McAllister house turns on again. But this time, Kevin just goes, "Shut up!" and it turns off. And Kevin, with that, I love his little head nod that he does. And then
It's that
continues to.
approval head nod.
It's
It's
like,
like, yeah, I got this
Yeah.
shit.
I'm affirming myself.
Yeah.
yes.
This is self growth. I'll be
Mhm.
Andrew Tate.
This literally the
23
entirety of like my review will revolve around what you just said there, Craig.
Yeah. Harry and Marv are back in the house in their van scoping out the McAllister house. Harry tells Marv to check out the place after a funny delay he does. And then Kevin is in the kitchen and Marv tries to get through the door. Kevin quickly turns on it. The Angels with Filthy Souls. So this is the third time that this dialogue is popping up. And
He's carrying his VHS around with him.
he
Every
is.
movie he goes in that's got a VHS player, he's taking it with him.
Yeah. So he turns it on, and for the third time, we hear the great dialogue. And Kevin, this time, also lights off some fireworks in a pot when the Tommy gun goes off in the Angels with Filthy Souls movie. And this causes Marv to run away in a panic. He tells Harry what happened and says, I know I've heard that name Snakes before. It's just the funniest line to me. Where have you heard that name? Where have you heard that name, dude?
Probably from the movie is what I would assume.
Like, fuck off.
That's
It's just so funny hearing that line come out of his mouth. Kevin's mom is at another airport trying to find a flight to Chicago, but there are none to be had. After a tirade, John Candy shows up and says he is a part of a band that is driving to Chicago, and she can ride with them. So, first appearance of John Candy, which his appearances are pretty brief.
What kind of
But,
band?
Polka Band. The King of Polka, right in his right in his name there. All right, so cut to Kevin going outside, cutting the top of a tree down so he can use it as a Christmas tree in his house. Harry and Marv are still scoping out the house, and Harry says, "I think we are getting scammed by a kindergartner."
Kindergarten.
Yeah. Kevin is putting ornaments on this new tree, and Harry's looking at him through the window. Kevin notices him and tries to fool him by saying, "Dad, can you come out here and help me?" But Harry is not fooled and knows he is home alone. Harry and Marv then start talking, and Harry has been eyeing this house for quite some time. They say they will come back at 9 o'clock, and Kevin McAllister overhears this. Marv then says, "Kids are afraid of the dark." And Harry says, "You're afraid of the dark too, Marv. You know you are." That made me laugh too. Because he's probably right. Kevin's mom is now driving back with John Candy and his polka band through the snow on a long drive. Fort Worth, Texas to Chicago. It's probably a long fucking drive.
They
That's
go to
probably
Milwaukee though.
takes.
So would you go through Milwaukee? Sorry, through Chicago, get some more?
Probably.
Okay.
Does anyone else find it strange? I get it's Christmas time and all that, but she's
Wisconsin is right above Illinois, so it makes sense.
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Did anyone find it strange that she's willing to hop in a van with like 9 to 10 guys and just? I know she's trying to get back to her son. That's not strange.
No, I mean,
maybe I've lived in America too long.
Right. Okay. So they're a touring band, which they've kind of established.
I get that.
It's not
to be worried.
I've got a horrific argument. Whatever you say.
Oh my God, Quentin is going there. He is going there. He's like, these guys are gonna rape Kevin's mom.
Yes. How could you not think that? Big old guy is like, hey man, I hear your problem. Hop in the van with me and 10 of my bandmates, and we'll take you there.
Okay, I can answer that.
We'll take you to your happy place. This guy's pure.
You can play with my clarinet.
Play it. Put that flute in your mouth. Stick it in.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? Maybe we're fucked up by American horror stories.
No, Quentin, it's you. You're the only one who's thinking this. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't want to get in the car in a fucking van with 10 strangers that are part of a band.
Right, Quentin.
Shoot.
Right, having a fucking... It's rare enough to have, like, the wet bandits. What is their calling card? The
wet bandits.
The fucking
poker rapists.
The poker rapists. And they all go around in a fucking pickup van. All got fucking matching shirts on like they're part of a bowling club.
Bowling club or rapist club?
The poker rapists.
Yep.
You know, 1-hander, 2-hander, 3-hander.
Poker rapists. It sounds like a sports team.
Every jersey that you see.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, when she fucking tells him, the guy's like, yeah, look at my buddy over there. He knows, and the guy's like, yeah. The guy's sitting there like, yeah, bring her. Fuck that, dude.
No, the guys there like, yeah, we haven't seen our kids. We're miserable musicians who've never.
I don't know, man. I've seen too many documentaries. Go. Hey.
That was wild. That was the wildest sequence of this whole fucking review.
I hope not.
She gets in the fucking.
She gets in the
truck.
rape van.
Don't get in the fucking van. And then the guy at a certain portion of in the van is like, yeah, put this in your mouth. Fucking blow on this. Like, come on, bro. This shit cannot get more stressed.
I can't breathe. Dude, you need to shut the fuck up right now.
All right.
Oh my God, that was, oh my God.
John Candy just comes in. Okay, so put your mouth around it.
I can't breathe.
You're fingering. No, not like that. Not like that. Blow.
What do you mean? You can't say fingering and have it not be like that? With your British accent. You can't say fingering.
Oh, please get your fingering correct. Otherwise it won't work.
Put it in. Lift up with your index.
No. Show me
right.
That's enough. I can't. I know. I can't. I need
to cut this.
I can't go through with this review. It's absurd.
I want to feel this from you. I need
feel the spot.
Engaged. Be the clarinet.
Oh my God.
This is your pink oboe. Play.
All right, let's keep going here. All right, so she's stuck in the rape van. We've established that. All right. Yeah, Kevin now goes to see Santa Claus, who drives a shitty Honda Civic from 1986 or whatever it's from. Kevin runs up on him, and the first thing he does is tries to throw his cigarette away really quick, which is funny. I wrote, if this was really the 90s, he would have kept smoking it like a man. But he doesn't want to smoke in front of the kid. Kevin tells him he knows he knows he's not the real Santa, but he wants him to relay the message to him that he wants his family back. Right. Yeah, so Santa says he will relay the message, but doesn't have any presents to give him. So he gives him 3 Tic Tacs instead.
I thought this was really sweet. I thought the fact that he asked what gave it away, and he sort of, as much as he knew his bluff was called, he played along. It's the end of his shift. He's just got a parking ticket, but he still plays along. For all that he can be bothered, he plays along. I thought that was actually quite a sweet moment.
Yeah,
And-
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, he plays along. He gets rid of the cigarette, and he plays along. He listens to what this kid is telling the kid to, hit bricks. He listens to the kid. He offers him something. He doesn't have anything to give him, so fuck it, I've got Tic Tacs. I've had a shitty day.
Yeah,
but here
well,
you go.
yeah,
here's something. He tries to give him something. I know.
He tries.
I know that sounds like reaching, but he does. In every step of the way, he does actually try, and I think that's really sweet.
It is.
Yeah, it's yeah. He tries. The Santa also has he's one of yet another character with a thick Chicago accent.
And he's bad Santa. He is bad Santa, but he's trying to keep himself reserved in this moment. You can tell based off first contact.
Yeah. As Kevin leaves Santa, Santa gets in his shitty Honda and it breaks down right before we cut away. Kevin is walking through the neighborhood at night and gets really homesick when he sees a family gathering at another house. And this is when John Williams' theme music kicks in, where it really stresses that Kevin's missing his family a lot now.
Yeah.
And how lonely he is without his family. John Williams scores. It's perfect for this movie. Kevin then walks by a church and decides to go in where a nighttime choir is singing Christmas hymns. He sits down to observe, but the old scary man is in the church too. He spots Kevin and walks over to him. Kevin doesn't run this time, but he looks scared stiff. The old man then walks up and says, "Merry Christmas." And they become friendly. And the old man explains how he doesn't talk to his son anymore. And Kevin says he should call him. That's the main thing. It's actually like a 3 or 4 minute conversation.
It's a
maybe
really
even
good
5.
conversation. If there's a
It
conversation to go through, it's this one, man. It's
Yeah, but I'm not gonna sit on the like what's actually said back and forth. But we established that this guy. He doesn't talk to his son anymore. They had a fight, and Kevin is the one who suggests, like, "Have you ever tried to call him?" And he's like, "No." He's like, "I'm afraid he won't pick up." But here's
you
the
never
thing
told
that I
me,
wanted to
right?
get out of this scene here, because listening to the old man talk, and I realized this like a couple years ago when I rewatched this movie again. The old man, if you guys have ever watched the movie Lincoln, where Daniel Day-Lewis plays Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, okay.
Is that the Lincoln? So I'm pretty sure the same composer did the music for that Lincoln, if I'm not
He
mistaken.
did. That's John Williams as well.
Okay, that's what I thought.
That's correct. But anyway, the old man in this Home Alone, the scary old man who is now friends with Kevin McAllister, he has the same, and I could be crazy, but it sounds like he has the same exact accent that Daniel Day-Lewis has playing Abraham Lincoln in the Lincoln movie, which is wild. I'm probably going to make a clip of this and do a side-by-side of the old man talking
Daniel Day-Lewis
and
is
Daniel Day-Lewis talking,
top
because
10 best actors I've ever seen on screen.
for me, he's the best.
So I need to
of all
see
time.
Lincoln. That's a damn
Daniel
fact right
Day-Lewis
there,
is
man.
He's the best of all time.
The number one in the number one.
What's the one
Best actor
scene
ever.
that is renownedly known? Oh my God! I mean, I'm sure he's got tons of them, but there's a
I
certain
drink
scene
your
of Daniel.
milkshake.
I
drink my
drink your
milkshake.
milkshake. Have you ever
Maybe
seen?
that's not it, Craig. That's what you tell me on Friday nights.
Yeah, but
Have you ever seen?
I
Quentin,
drank
have you
your
ever
milkshake
seen-
up.
It's called American Something. It was an Oscar-nominated movie. Never
No,
mind.
There Will Be Blood. Have you ever seen that?
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Where he plays the
American
oil
Graffiti?
tycoon.
I have not seen it. I have not
Gangs
seen
of
it.
New York.
Yes. Oh God.
Bill
what's
the Butcher.
movie? No. Hold on. I think Craig just said it.
Gangs of New
Yeah,
York.
Gangs of New
Yes.
York.
Oh my
Billy
God. I was first introduced to that by Spec. Funny enough, Brian.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah.
That's like the one performance he didn't win an Oscar for, because
Which-
he's won so many.
The mustache
say
is
that
where
it's
I
not
could
as good
recognize him from a million miles away.
I would say There Will Be Blood is the better performance. I know it's
Okay.
more theatrical in Gangs of New York, but
That's debatable.
It is, but you know what? That's how good he is. Because I could think it's that, you could think that, and we're probably neither wrong.
But anyway, the point is, listening to this old man talk in this Home Alone movie, and he sounds like he has the same accent that Daniel Day-Lewis has playing Abraham Lincoln in the Lincoln movie. And I want to do a side-by-side eventually to play it because
Comparison.
it sounds like the same exact accent. Now, I don't know what the accent is. I'm guessing, like, if it is the same, then it has to be some kind of, like, Illinois countryside accent, because Abraham Lincoln was he was born in Kentucky, but he lived most of his life, including most of his childhood, in Illinois. So
he was a farm boy, I think, wasn't he? And he was like a wrestler when he was younger.
Yeah.
Yes. So I just noticed that they both have like this same. I swear they have the same accent. So it's just wild, because we're in that part of the country, like we're in Illinois, so it must be like an old Midwestern country accent or something like that. I don't know.
Well, yeah, if that guy's that guy's 80 years old. So that would have put him, 1904 when he was born. So you're talking, 50 years of within Lincoln being killed?
Yeah.
So in terms of accents, that's not that long for an accent to change. So
yeah. So they part ways and say Merry Christmas to each other. Kevin then rushes home because it's getting close to 9 o'clock, which is when the bad guys said they're going to turn up. And John Williams' battle preparation theme hits. I love this.
Yeah.
I love this little piece of music here.
Not to mention
up.
Macaulay Culkin's head nod, where he's like, he turns from boy to man in this one scene, and he goes, "I'm fucking ready." That's his mindset in that moment, man.
Right. This is where Kevin starts preparing the traps and various other things to catch the bad guys in. After he shuts the front door and says, "This is my house and I have to defend it."
That Rocky Balboa shit.
And I wrote the American way.
Mm-hmm.
It would only be the American way if he had an actual firearm, though.
Well, he does.
I mean, he kind of does, man.
Well, he got a BB gun.
He puts it in the balls and then goes straight for the headshot.
Yeah, but it's a BB gun. It's not the same. It's not the same.
To a kid, it's exactly the same.
Well, for a fucking movie that isn't rated R, it's the same. Okay, Brian?
That's true.
He grabbed a firearm. He grabbed something that fires when you pointing.
Yeah, based off of their pain in those
but it ain't going to kill you.
All right.
BB gun isn't going to kill you.
That's like saying a ukulele's not a guitar. It's still got strings in it.
No, ukulele is not a guitar.
Please don't argue with me on this.
Yeah, he's the musician.
I forget that you can shred. I may have stalked Craig's YouTube channel and has seen him shred on stage. It's quite wonderful.
Moving on quickly.
All right, so Kevin even has a plan that he drew. And this is so well drawn that I wrote it would have taken him all night to make that and wouldn't have time left over for preparing the traps with how detailed it is. It's so good looking. I'm like, dude, that would have taken you all day in school to make that one.
Mm-hmm.
This is also a reminder that the tarantula is still on the loose in the house. So Harry and Marv show up to the house to confront Kevin. They go to the side door first, and off we go for the funny sequence here. They get to the side door first and they start taunting him. Kevin then pokes through the doggy door with the BB gun and shoots Harry in the nuts. And you hear that crack and he just goes, "Oh!" This has to hurt so bad. In fact, I dare say that this is probably the most painful of all the things that they go through. Imagine getting shot in the testicle with a fucking BB gun. And I say most painful. I don't say the most harmful. Most painful, getting shot in the testicle with a fucking BB gun. I think it would be more painful than anything that's going to happen for the rest of the thing.
Mm.
It's debatable, though.
I'll say it. I had a guy, older brother's friend who came and visited us from New York. Long story short, he was at our house, not a healthy person. He took one of me and my brother Kean's airsoft guns, put it point blank to his schlang, and decided that it would be a great idea to pull the trigger. Yeah.
And then what happened?
Screamed. I don't know what possessed him to do this in that moment, but he did it, and I had to watch that happen.
And they never had any more kids.
He never had any more kids. Never.
I was at least out of that testicle, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wrote this is probably the most painful thing in the whole of all the things that are going to happen here. But it's debatable. I don't know.
What would you rather have? That, the hand burn, or the skull?
Iron on the face. Iron on the face.
Wait, what are you talking about? Skull?
The burning?
Flame. Yeah, flame on the skull.
Oh, the flame on the skull?
You got the flame on the skull, the nail in the foot.
Nail in the foot.
Face is going to kill
Nail
you.
in the foot I already had, and that was seamless. You step on it, it's done, you're good. You get a tetanus shot and you're done. That's what I would take. I've already had it happen. I'd take that any day. You don't even feel it.
I think I'd agree with Quentin here, yeah. I'd rather have that of the three.
Tetanus shot you get in your ass, though, don't you?
No, you can get a tetanus shot pretty much anywhere. I stepped on a nail and I got a tetanus shot and it was done.
Who cares?
Yeah.
The nail in the foot and the getting a shot in the ass cheek is way better than getting your fucking testicle blown off with a
Yeah, if I'm getting my testicle
or
shot,
getting your hair permanently fucking removed with a seared head.
That actually happened to Michael Jackson in the Pepsi commercial.
The Pepsi commercial, 1988. Yeah,
1988. You're damn right on that. That's crazy.
So much fucking shit in his hair.
Yeah.
He went near a pyro and he went up like a fucking Roman candle. He was the hottest thing on that stage. By temperature and fan volume.
Hello, doggy.
He's very excited. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's loving you talking right now.
Apparently. Sorry.
My dog gets worked up. No, my dog gets worked up whenever she's in the room and I start getting
start doing what?
enjoying talking about stuff. What?
Is that a Dalmatian?
It is a Dalmatian, yes, sir.
Have you got a fat Dalmatian?
Fattest Dalmatian you will ever meet in your life.
Jesus Christ, that is diabetes, the Dalmatian.
82 pounds of solid fat.
That's the dog's name too, diabetes.
Yeah, it is. It's diabetes. His name is Harley the Magnificent.
Diabetes. All right, so if he really got shot in the testicle, you might have to remove that thing surgically.
You can flick, like, for any women watching this, you flick a guy like that. That can drop you to your knees. Just a flick, and that is it. That's you've ruined our day, and it's going to take us. We're going to feel sick, and it's going to take us a minute or two before we can get back up to a vertical stance.
Yeah. So then Marv decides to stick his head through the doggy door, but Kevin is waiting with the BB gun pointed right at his head with a big smile on his face. Kevin says, "Hi," and then shoots him square in the head. I think they had like a little animation of the BB coming out of the gun.
They do.
And hitting Marv in the head because it actually looks like it looked really good.
It looks so good, dude.
I was going to try and invite this, but as you mentioned it, I know we're running late. Couldn't find anyone to do the effects, so they actually found a guy local in Illinois, and it was literally he wasn't on contract, so he was doing bit like shot by shot, like $500 here, $200 there. So he hand painted every single frame that went into that.
Wow!
So it was probably about 5 or 6 frames, because it's just like literally you see a little golden bullet like leave, and then you just see like spark and whatever. It was like $500. So instead of like paying someone a ridiculous amount, every little bit of actual animated anything like special effect, animated special effect,
and it looked 10 times better than it would have.
And it was it was like still hand painted thing, and because it was only a few frames, it just your mind fills in the blank frames, and you just see a little spark, animated spark, bang, smacks him straight in the forehead, and then you just got Daniel just selling the rest, like getting shot in the forehead, and but no, that guy, for how little he did, for how much he contributed.
Yeah, it was a cool little animation there. I was actually really impressed with that. I was wondering how they did that. So yeah, Harry and Marv then split up. Harry goes to the front door and Marv goes to the basement door. Both the stairways to them have been iced by Kevin. So both of them fall multiple times after slipping on the ice to get to these entrances. Even though this is not the most intense of the traps, this would still hurt a lot. It's a lot of these would really hurt.
Going back to the stunt, I told you about the stunt guy with the sled, and he took the brake off right at the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
So Joe Pesci stunt guy, he'd talked about doing a backflip, and they're like, come on, it's solid concrete. Okay. So when they hit film, the guy does the backflip, and then manages to land on the back and top of his back and shoulders. So like a wrestling fall, rolls backwards down the stairs. They get it and they use it. So he just went, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to do it. And that is just, again, one of those things, just going that a little bit extra just to make the film work.
Yeah.
There was a lot of love that was put into this film, and thankfully it shows in the end product.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But and Dan falling down the stairs. Oh my god, prototype Jim Carrey there. Just absolute physical comedy.
Yeah, with Marv. Yeah, then Marv is he tries to pry the basement door open with his crowbar, but then he just
tries
to open the door handle. It's actually already open. Yeah, I thought that was a nice little touch. He then walks through the basement and tries turning on a light, but when he pulls the switch, an iron falls through the laundry chute and hits him square in the face. The camera shot going down with the iron. The camera shots of these traps, especially if we ever get into Home Alone 2, they get very, very creative, and it's just
they're
amazing.
top tier. They're top tier, especially for like an older movie. Top tier.
Mm-hmm.
The paint can scene are my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So so that iron hits him square in the face. Harry finally gets to the front door, and when he grabs the doorknob, it burns his hand because Kevin put a what is that? Is that like
it's
a hot coil? What's that called?
What coil?
That's what I wrote. It was like a hot coil.
It would be. I can't imagine.
What's the proper name for that?
What would you use it for?
Well, I called it a hot coil. I guess that's all I wrote.
I mean, it is a coil, but I'm just wondering what.
Yeah, but it's like powered by something.
Electric barbecue starter.
Is that what it is?
Barbecue starter. Yeah.
Okay, we can go with that. That sounds better than just a hot coil.
That's AI's answer.
I didn't like using hot coil because hot coil could mean like any piece of metal that's fucking warm.
Do you know what this is in reference to as well? By the way, Indiana Jones.
Oh yeah.
Burns his hand.
Are you talking about the first Indiana Jones?
Yes.
Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yes.
Yeah, where he's got the thing burnt into his hand. Because when he puts it in the snow and pulls it out, that is a reference. Yeah.
I can't believe I didn't put that together. I feel ashamed now. So now he has an M burnt into his hand. Marv is going up the steps from the basement on into the house, but his shoes and socks are removed from the sticky stuff that Kevin has left all over the steps. He's now barefoot, and he takes another step, and his foot goes onto a nail that Kevin placed on one of the steps. And dude, even though we talked about how of the 3 scenarios that you threw out, which one would you take, and this is the one that we would do because the tetanus shot is over. But I'm telling you, the sound that this makes when the nail goes in his foot made me fucking cringe so hard.
It makes your whole body shimmer and shit.
It makes like a little juicy sound, like you're putting a fork into a steak.
Yeah.
It was a grapefruit going on to that, just like a juicy grapefruit.
Yeah, that sound. I was like,
grapefruit, very descriptive.
That sound is so gnarly.
It's the sound that makes your whole body cringe in grossness. There's not another way to describe it, man. It was so bad.
I'm going to put both your minds at ease. That was a rubber nail.
Yes, I saw
It
that.
was genuinely his
Yeah.
foot, but it was a rubber nail.
I saw
But
that
it's
and
just the
looking at
sound.
facts
The
about it,
sound
but-
is all you need. It's let your imagination do the work. Show
Yes.
show 20%, let the 80% of you do the rest. And that is just like, oh god.
Yeah.
Dude, that sound was so bad. It's even.
Yeah.
I've heard it 100 times, and it gets
Yeah.
worse and worse every time I hear it. It's just, it's so gnarly. It's great though.
It's great.
It is.
Yeah.
Who doesn't remember that scene? Kids, adults.
Fair
everyone
point.
remember-
It's also like your worst imagination, but I can tell you from firsthand experience, stepping on a nail, you don't feel it until you see it. That's it. You don't feel it
I
until
can-
you see that your foot is stuck, and you're like, okay, it's just that. But the juice sound isn't real. That's just great practical effects. That's just great practical effects, man.
That noise is downright just wrong.
Grapefruit Foley. That's what it's called. It's called Foley artists. Grapefruit
Yeah.
Foley artists.
So
Bringing
Marv
you
then realizes
Home Alone.
what happened and screams, and he as he screams, he falls back down to the bottom of the steps. So we're getting well into the traps here. Harry is now pissed and goes back to the side door to the kitchen. He taps on the door handle to make sure it isn't flaming hot this time. I like when he finally hits it real fast. And he's like,
It's that Joe Pesci shit in full send.
he's like, like he's all excited that he's not going to get his hand burnt off.
Do you know what it reminds me
They're in the
of?
mindset they're still gonna get Kevin. That's where they're at right now.
Yeah.
Brian, I'll tell you that Del Boy. It's
Del Boy.
US Del Boy.
Actually, yes, it is Del
British
Boy a
comedy.
little bit. Yes, the best British comedy ever made. Only Fools and Horses. Fucking
You can watch
incredible
it in a
show.
week.
It's literally my top 5 favorite shows. Not
It's called
comedy
Doughboy?
shows. Show.
No.
It's in my top favorite shows of all time now. It's
It's
amazing.
called Only Fools and Horses.
Only Fools and Horses. It's you'd have to go down a journey, Quinn. It's
There's no
there's 71 episodes or something like that. It's
yes.
You
there's
could watch
71.
that in a night.
Yeah.
No.
No. This is a lot of the episodes are an hour long.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, it's impossible.
It's worth a watch.
Yeah, so Harry finally he taps the door handle. He opens the door and he sticks his head in, and a goddamn flamethrower opens up on his head and leaves his head completely on fire. So then you see Harry scrambling out to put the fire out his head by putting his head in the stove. So first it's his hand, now it's his head.
And you hear it bubbling and crackling. That's the one thing that always got me. You just hear like a
Another juicy
Yeah.
noise.
and
And then you
that's
see
always
the perfect
did.
ring around the top that just shows that the
Oh, no, it's
fire
not
went and
perfect.
singed that whole shit. Oh my god.
No, it's not perfect. There's patches of hair that
Well,
just
patches of
little
hair, but I'm
clumps
talking about there's like a perfect ring of a solid
Oh, yeah, on-
fourth
of his-
degree burn, if that's a thing.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got like the monk's halo
Yep.
of his cap
Yep.
still there.
Yeah.
But God, that like it's bits of hair, but just that noise that
Yeah.
I was like,
The boiling
oh
pot.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unnerving.
It is. So Marv is now shoeless. He leaves the basement to try to get in another way. Harry runs through the side door to break it down. Marv sees that the window is open at the side of the house and decides to go in that way. More on that in a second. Harry goes
He
further
counts
into
them coming in.
Yeah. But Harry goes further into the house and hears Kevin on the other side of the door say, "Oh no, I'm really scared." Harry says it's too late. They're going to get him. Kevin says, "Okay, come and get me." Harry bursts through the door and a plastic rat covered in a mystery cream gets him in the face.
think
Harry
glue.
rips it off.
glue.
Is it glue? I thought it was something else.
Well, he's using we call it a skeleton gun.
Yeah.
If you're using corking, you just hit the trigger and it pushes it in as you're going along.
It
So it
pushes
pushes
the
the
cock.
tube.
Yeah, it cocks it.
Yeah. So yeah, but it's some sort of adhesive. So
Yeah.
you see him with saran wrap, and he puts like it looks like glue. So when he takes the glue off, essentially tarred and feathered.
So yeah, this thing hits him in the face, and Harry rips it off and yells, "Now you're dead!" before taking another step, which triggers a fan to blow chicken feathers all over him. So now he's just caked in chicken feathers. He didn't get tarred and feathered. He got creamed and feathered, or glued and feathered.
No, stick
Creamed
with
and
your
feathered.
original. Creamed and feathered.
Creamed and feathered. Yeah, it sounds
Yep.
better. Doesn't it?
We've all been there on your birthday. Come on.
I've never been creamed and feathered. Craig.
Wait, what happens on your birthday?
I was gonna say this is some UK shit that we're just learning about.
Well, feathered might mean something else where you're from.
What does it mean when somebody gets feathered? It's when Craig gets paid $150 to show up to a brothel. They beat him with feathered pillows, and then they shoot their cream on him.
I'll do that for 150.
I'll do it for free. I'm just kidding. I'm married.
Yeah, you are, mate. I'm not.
I had
Maybe-
no idea that this Home Alone review would get so sexual.
I can't. Well, you fucking, it's Macaulay Culkin, dude. You know, you got Neverland Ranch. There's that whole conspiracy.
Yeah.
Oh, all right,
And
moving on.
also, what's her name? The mom. She's gorgeous.
Do you know what? She isn't bad for 1990.
She's got those. She's got the light blue eyes, dude.
All right.
Moving on.
Well, now we're going to cut to Marv, who is now entering through the window where the Christmas tree is. Remember, he's shoeless, and when he enters, his feet land on multiple Christmas ornaments, and it appears most of them are made of glass. This would really fucking
He had
be
rubber
painful
feet
as
on,
hell.
No, he
His-
had rubber feet on outside.
and
When he
it was
came back,
candied glass.
he wasn't wearing them for that. It was sugar glass. So
Sugar glass, yeah.
You bottle over the head.
Yeah.
They were made of that, but they're still sharp and they're still shards. So
Not
the fact that
pleasant
he
to
got it
walk
all
on.
in-
Yeah, but imagine if this was for real. Oh my God, his feet would be lacerated so bad.
Oh yeah.
Blood
But
everywhere.
not only that,
Oh.
he takes tiny little steps. It's like, no, if I landed on that and I stood up, I would be leaping onto my hands and knees onto
Yeah.
the rug.
It's like stepping
Yeah.
on a Lego. If you guys know what that feels like.
Oh God, we all do.
Oh yeah, stepping on a Lego is no joke.
Oh, dude, I live in England. Wait till you come to England. Step on one of our plugs.
What do you guys got? Legos?
We got Legos. We got plugs, mate. Our plugs
Plugs?
are different to your plugs. Yeah, like outlet plugs.
Oh,
You know-
I've stepped on one of them.
What? You? UK
Just
or
outlet
US?
plugs.
Oh,
U.S.
she's saying-
Show me your plug, and I'll show you mine. Brian, why you got to think like that, King Boomer?
It's not me, it's you.
I saw that face.
Okay,
Yeah,
so our plugs
that's
line
the same
like
plug
that.
as it was in Italy.
Yeah, our plugs line
Yeah.
like that. So
You want to
step
see?
on
You want to
those
see my
plugs.
plug?
Which kind of plug? Where does it go?
Don't worry, Brian. It's a regular plug. They're thinner,
Yeah, but
so
when-
they're sharper.
Yeah, but that lands on its side.
And look,
'cause
these
you've
have a
got the
nice
USB.
curve to it.
You've got the USB in the back. That lands inside.
Dude,
There's only one way
Uh,
of having a nice curve
this
to
is
it.
the
which,
maddest review ever.
I'm sorry.
Uh,
I
Wait, but-
apologize. I really do, Brian.
no, it's fine.
Good critic, bad critic, and tangents.
And tangents. That's damn.
All
That's good.
That is good. That is good. All right, Marv and Harry meet in the middle of the house, and notice each other's appearances.
Yeah, why
Harry
you
says,
dressed like that?
Harry says to Marv, "Why did you take your shoes off?" And Marv says to Harry, "Why the hell are you dressed like a chicken?" Which was funny. Kevin then yells, "I'm up here, you morons! Come and get me!" And they rush to get him, but fall flat on their asses when they step on a bunch of Hot Wheels cars. They kind of slide out from under him, you know.
Are they Hot Wheels or micro machines?
I don't know. It's a good question. I wrote Hot Wheels because that's the one I'm familiar with.
Hot Wheels for
It's
sure.
It's probably Hot Wheels.
It was-
It's America, so it's probably Hot Wheels.
Hot Wheels, and then there were some that started with an M. That was like the other car thing. Matchbox.
Matchbox, yes.
Yeah.
Matchbox is, I thought that was British.
Well, we had Matchboxes.
Maybe
here.
it might be a British-based company. Who knows?
As far as I, know,
mean-
I would associate Matchbox with UK.
Okay. So
Then with the paint cans.
yeah, so Kevin says, "You guys give up, or are you thirsty for more?" When they get up and rush the stairs, Kevin throws 2 paint cans attached to string over the edge, which hits them both in the face and knocks them back down the stairs. Uh, I mean, all this shit would hurt, really.
Oh,
Marv
it was
then,
Concussion City. And one thing,
I think the iron would be worse.
Yeah,
Oh, the
emphasizing on that scene though. So you have Harry, the first one, getting hit by the paint can, and then you have oh my God, Joe Pesci looking down on him, and he's like, "How'd you get hit by that?" Turns around, gets knocked back, lands face first back on top of Harry. That whole scene is like straight out of Three Stooges, is what it felt like. And granted, all of these scenes in this movie where they are getting these just funny pokes. It's that Tom and Jerry thing throughout the whole out of the movie. But my God, all of the practical effects in it are top tier. When they get hit, you kind of lunge back a little bit, and you feel like you got smacked in that moment. I loved it so much.
Yeah.
one thing I want to say that makes this work so well, especially opposed to like all the remakes that they've done, because I've only seen clips of them, but it's telegraphed. You see the guy go,
Yeah.
That's the thing. There's none of that. There's none of that. It's just a turn round, bang, and that's it. There's no pre-act. There's no like, let's play this up so 3-year-olds find it funny.
Mm-hmm.
There's none of that. There's just that but then you've got the sound effects of that visceral as he's smacked in the face and then just gets sent down, 12 stairs and like lands on the floor, lands on top of Marv.
Right.
And it just works. It's so much more effective. Just not that taking out that stupid right before you smacked in the face. It works so much better. And it's funny to a kid, it's funny to adults,
It is. It appeases
Universal.
all audiences, man. It's so good. That's why when Brian started this interview, this review, I didn't know that it had hit the UK like that. I just honestly thought it was an American thing, probably the same way as Brian here. But this movie targeted all audience around the entire world, and for it to hit how it did, to sell how it did, is a testament to it being just a solid Christmas movie with great humor.
It's the writing and like
the writing, the director,
the cinematography, the direction of it.
Oh my God!
Everything in this works.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That.
Marv then notices that after the paint can sequence, Marv then notices that Harry is missing his golden tooth, which Kevin probably just knocked out with the paint cans. Harry is very upset about this. Kevin uses this brief window to call the police and inform them of the 2 goons in the house. Kevin then throws his BB gun over his shoulder and makes a run for it to the attic. Harry gets stopped behind him by a tripwire that he had set up. But Marv, being the athletic one, hops over it and then makes a diving grab for, like he's playing in the NFL. He makes a diving grab for Kevin before he reaches the attic stairs.
Odell Beckham Jr. going for that one-arm catch.
Yeah, dude. He dives for him like he's Michael Jackson. He fucking lunges.
Yeah, a struggle ensues where Marv has a hold of Kevin. Kevin notices on the stairs that, voila, the tarantula is there.
Finally.
So Kevin grabs the tarantula and places it on the face of Marv, who then gets so freaked out that he lets out one of the funniest screams I've ever heard in my life. That scream is fucking brilliant. It is so good.
Can I ruin this for you?
What? It's not him that screamed?
Not there and then. It is Daniel who screams, but it's ADR. It was supposed to be a mechanical tarantula.
It's a real tarantula, though.
That's a real tarantula.
Yep.
So when they got it, like it probably looked like a tarantula off Red Dwarf, with the big eye, little hand. Probably looked like that. So they said, right, we have to use a real tarantula. He asked, can we take the stinger out? Tarantulas don't have stingers. It's just the teeth.
It's just the fangs.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just the fangs. Trust me on that. And they said no, because it would kill them. So he did a one shot, and just so it didn't freak the spider out when it's put on his face, that he's just screaming silently, and then just ADRs it. But you are right, Brian. It is one of the funniest fucking screams in cinema
is.
history. It genuinely is. Just his look, and then Daniel did such a great job of doing that ADR over.
The build up to it, yeah.
Yeah.
You
Just
see it
that
in his face
pause.
building up.
And then
That pause, yeah.
Would you guys take an acting job like this, and this part comes up in the script later, where you have a tarantula on your face? Are you guys going through with that shot, or are you pushing for the animatronics as hard as possible? What are you doing in this situation?
Brian, do you want to answer for me?
King Boomer, start us off.
Well, I would prefer the fake one.
But if
that's
they
what you're
told you
asking.
that this job is gone unless you do this shot, are you taking the tarantula crawling on your face? You
You
gotta
know,
scream and worry about it
tarantula
possibly
is-
crawling in your mouth as you're screaming.
Uh,
It wouldn't crawl in your mouth. Not that one.
I don't, that's a tough one. It's debatable.
Craig, it seems like you're all in for it. You've owned a tarantula, right?
You two are such pussies.
What?
Considering you live in Florida.
What are you referring to that's going over my head right now?
No, literally nothing. Just getting a tarantula on your face. I'm not making any innuendos here.
Oh, well,
Yeah, me
it's a
neither.
fucking
I'm just calling you a bitch.
it's a goddamn very large arachnid with fangs.
Yeah.
I don't want that on my face.
Yeah, same. That's what I'm fucking saying.
Yeah,
Now, if I had to do like, because even if a tarantula bites you, it's not gonna kill you or anything.
The venom is no worse for that. It's no worse than a bee sting. So unless you're like particularly allergic to bee
It's
stings,
not
you're fine.
it's not super bad.
But
I still don't want to fucking risk it.
Well, no one does. But you've never had a cat scratch you or a dog bite you. It's not pleasant, but you get over it.
Yeah, but a tarantula sticking venomous fangs in your face is not the same as a dog accidentally scratching your leg. It's not even close.
Not to mention it's a fucking spider. Let's get past the venomous shit. There is a spider on your face that is larger than the palm of your hand. You want that on your face. You're okay with that.
Am I? Yeah.
All right. Brits are built different. That is
no. Craig has snakes at home. He just likes.
I've owned
likes
two
his,
Facebook.
Huh?
Quentin, you've been through my Facebook.
I have. I've stalked you just to see the shredding.
Yeah, but you've seen the other stuff. Yeah,
that's fair. All right, to each his own.
I better go put
he's got snakes and shit.
My massive. I need to be careful. I was saying this. I'm not going to open it up to mockery.
No, I was waiting for
my
it.
python. That Drogo I had a picture of me with him pointing at my face. He's bloody 8 feet long. You can
female then. Female?
No, Drogo. No.
Interesting.
When I got them, I had Drogo and Khaleesi.
Makes sense.
Important. But yeah, I had two of them. But yeah, Drogo. Yeah, he's a big 7 foot boy. 8 foot when and I pointed right in my face.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't have weird shit. I got a couple.
You got a better.
You have an eel behind you that was just tussling with your shark.
Yeah, but but here's the difference. This is why I like having aquariums, because I don't have to touch the fucking things. I just look at them through the glass. I don't have to touch them. The only time I have to touch them is when they die, and I pull them out with like some tongs.
That is so romantic.
That's when PETA comes in. Yes, whenever my animals die.
How did it take you this long to be getting married? That's so romantic.
I'm pretty sure this was all Callie's idea, or Queen Boomer.
Well, she had some input, yeah. But we both love that stuff. But anyway, let's get back to the movie here. Kevin escapes up the stairs into the attic where he uses the rope he connected to the treehouse to glide like glide there like a zip line. Marv then gets up with his crowbar and sees the tarantula on Harry's chest. Marv tells him not to move. He then takes a full swing at the tarantula, which only hits Harry in the sternum with a fucking crowbar. I was like, I wrote he broke his sternum, cracked it, definitely. At the very least, he should
That's
be
a broken rib.
Yeah.
Broken ribs are no joke. And then he gets up and he just starts beating him. Just like an old wife, just beat. You like that? He
Yeah.
just fucking gives it to him. But then you got Macaulay Culkin's bloody stunt double just going across the rails, and Macaulay Culkin's just like doubled weight. It's about an inch taller and twice as heavy. You just see him flying across.
So Harry then gets up and grabs the crowbar and smacks Marv with it multiple times, saying, yelling, "How do you like it, huh?" That's just really funny.
Pretty damn hard, I would say. Like it's got to be a
rubber
crowbar.
crowbar.
Like he's smacking him in the side with it.
Yeah,
but they weren't letting up. You could tell they weren't. They were going. Let's get the scene. How are you like it, you freaking motherfucker?
Yeah,
they're committing. Everyone's really all in on this film, and that's one of the better things about it.
Mm-hmm. They then go up the attic stairs to go after Kevin, who is now in the treehouse across the yard. Marv and Harry decide to go after him by going out of the window and climbing across the rope by hand, which is not a good idea at all, because Kevin now has a big pair of shears, which he uses to cut the rope, while Harry and Marv are still on it. When he cuts it, they both hang on to the rope and fall like Tarzan, slamming into the side of the house, which is made out of bricks, by the way. So it's really going to fucking hurt. In fact, if they go hard enough, this might actually kill them in real life, if it was for real.
At least a solid concussion, at the very least.
Yeah.
One of the 3 houses in America that's actually built of bricks.
I'm moving into one that's made of bricks.
Kevin now runs across the street into the neighborhood and threatens to call the cops. He goes around the back, and Harry says instead of following him, he has a better idea. So Kevin goes through the basement of the house, which is flooded because of Marv's wet bandit antics from earlier. When Kevin makes it up the steps, he runs right into Harry and Marv, who used a different entrance to catch him. They grab Kevin and hang him from his shirt on one of those like door hanger things. And they talk about how they are going to do to Kevin what he did to them with all the traps and stuff. Harry then says first he's going to bite Kevin's fingers off one at a time. And I wrote here, apparently an accident happened.
Yes.
We all know it. We both said one Quintana.
Send it off, Brian.
Captain Boomer.
You guys could probably elaborate on better than I do, because I only have a sentence written here. But apparently, Joe Pesci actually did bite Kevin by accident, and it was so bad that Macaulay Culkin still has a scar from it to this day on his hand. But I'll leave it.
Sort of rehearsal, yeah.
Once a good fella, always a good fella.
Bit his finger, drew blood, but he now still has the scar, and Macaulay Culkin couldn't be happy with it. And who couldn't? If you did that and you would then later went in live, oh yeah, see that scar there? Yeah, Joe Pesci bit me. Like, if you ever went in any pub anywhere, like, if your friend was with you, you'd be going, oh, fucking hell, is he telling the Joe Pesci story again? Like, you'd be telling that to everyone.
What an animal, though, to just be like, ah!
Well, apparently he kept himself away from Macaulay Culkin as much so he could be as scary and as effective.
He did the Bill Skarsgård thing with Pennywise.
So he kept himself away. So when they saw him, they'd actually be freaked out, and that's exactly what he did. And Macaulay's completely fine with it to this day. I don't know how he felt at the time, but now.
Do you think that something like that is where actors like maybe take it a little too far?
Yeah. 100%.
Or do you think it depends on the situation?
It depends on the situation, but you take a look at the Joker method acting and stuff like that. There's some scenes where like Margot Robbie didn't expect dead animals to show up to her doorstep because Jared Leto decided to take it too far with the subpar performance of the Joker.
I didn't know that. That sounds awful.
Oh no! He said use condoms.
Use condoms.
dead rats, dead pigs, or a dead pig head or something like that.
Yeah.
He was sending like Will Smith, like he was sending like a used condom to Will Smith or to was it
See,
Viola Davis?
that's just
And
too far.
that's
I like Jared Leto. I think he's a really good actor.
Yeah,
I
Dallas.
don't like his rendition of the Joker, but just hearing that stuff immediately is like, dude,
Right?
what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Will Smith made it like without going full Chris Rock on him, like just made it abundantly clear that he was not a fan of how he acted on, how Jared Leto as a person acted on that set.
Yeah.
That's going to, it's what method acting is. Daniel Day-Lewis demanding to be taken everywhere in a wheelchair when he's doing My Left Foot.
Yeah, that's an accurate form of method acting. That's perfect.
But the rest is just.
See, here's the thing: when we talk about method acting, like there's a part of me that understands it on the basis that you're doing it to keep the character's voice. Like, let's say your character's doing a particular accent or something, and even when the camera's off, you're still talking in that accent to keep that voice like fresh, and because you're using it all the time or something, and it's working. To act like the character, like still when the camera's off, I think that's
it's unhealthy.
It's very unhealthy and nutty.
It's a toxic environment.
Austin Butler did it right when he did Elvis, and he stayed in the voice exactly how you said. But when you take it to the level that Jared Leto did, when he's sending dead fucking animals to his castmates, that's taking it beyond the acting level, and then you're bringing it into reality, and you're trying to be this character that there's a reason you're playing the villain in these situations. It's sick.
Yeah.
It's sadistic. That's unhealthy. It's probably illegal. So Austin Butler, Elvis, all good, but the Jared Leto version of method acting, horrendous, man.
Well,
even go ahead, Greg.
Jim Carrey did that on Man of the Moon when he was playing Andy Kaufman.
Yeah,
and like he pissed everyone off on that production. He wanted to be called Andy off camera. He wanted everyone to call him Andy. And Jerry Lawler. So, do you know the whole Jerry Lawler Andy Kaufman thing, Brian? Or
yes, yeah.
Okay, so they got Jerry Lawler in to redo his bit that he did with Andy on like the Letterman show and all that. Jerry Lawler wanted to beat the shit out of him at the end of that, like out of Jim Carrey, because Jim Carrey was just being insufferable throughout the whole thing. Just, I demand to be called Andy, and Jim, who's Jim, like that whole thing, and doing that is just unnecessary. And I think it might have been Alec Guinness, or it might have been Olivier, who said something to you. Someone was to do method acting, and he said, "There's an easier way, just act."
Yeah,
I'm paraphrasing. Yeah. I'm paraphrasing it beyond belief, but it was just, do you know what's easy? Just act.
Yeah.
Instead of being in the character.
So many great actors.
It's also weird because we mentioned Daniel Day-Lewis, and he does the method acting stuff a lot.
Yeah, the My Left Foot thing, but
but he's done it in multiple movies. Like he does it in pretty much every single one. I'm not knocking the guy because it's worked. But there's some points where it even got ridiculous for him. On Gangs of New York, he actually got pneumonia.
And he refused.
And he refused medical treatment because he said during, the 1860s, you wouldn't get medical treatment for it. So I'm not getting medical treatment for it, and it almost killed him.
Yeah, that's not adding much to your character.
Yeah, it's
Bill Butcher died 4 months before this film's supposed to finish.
Do you guys draw a line between method acting and so there's unhealthy practices like we talked about with Jared Leto, stuff like that. But when you go to Christian Bale in The Mechanist, I think is the mechanic or something Machinist. I'm so sorry. Yes. So when he drops a significant amount of weight to the point where he is visibly and mentally unhealthy for a role, that is method acting. But do we consider that an unhealthy
changing
balance.
your weight and stuff.
Yeah, changing your weight drastically though, because he lost.
Yeah,
He didn't.
He also did it the opposite way for Vice when
For
he played
Vice,
Dick Cheney.
yeah,
Yeah, he takes it. He's the one who's the most who's notorious for taking it to the most extreme when it comes to like
the physical
weight
aspect.
gaining or weight shedding.
Yeah.
But
Well, six months
I
after 6 months after Machinist, he was doing Batman Begins, and he just
Where he bulked up like a motherfucker.
yeah, and he got too big.
yeah.
He got so big that they started calling him Fat Man.
Yeah.
they couldn't put the suit on him. They
I'm
couldn't,
surprised. That's crazy that you know. That's wild. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
no, that's dedication. I call
Yeah.
that like
That I think
complete
is dedication. I think it's dedication in both ways, but it still puts you in a level of mental and physical space where you are so unhealthy because you're choosing to do these things. So that's where I think method acting becomes literally life threatening. But also, you have Heath Ledger. There's many cases of it. I don't think method acting is ever truly healthy. I don't think there's ever a form of it that is healthy. If you can
Obsession
find
is
one,
never
let me
healthy.
know.
No, obsession is never healthy, which is what that is a form of. I
Yeah.
would say, but you cannot deny the results
Fair.
in those circumstances.
Well, not every time. I mean, Jared
No.
Leto's Joker sucked.
No, that's always
So-
they're going to be the outliers, but you can't deny in those cases. Unfortunately, they are the exceptions to the rule. So if the rule was it's not worth it, people could then go, Daniel Day-Lewis, and
Yep.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, it
and
works
it's kind
for
of a
them.
slam. It's kind of a slam dunk. You know what I mean? It's not even that. It's a layup.
Yeah.
It's a layup of an answer.
Yeah,
So, but yeah, but to get back to it, I think Joe Pesci wanted to have that. He wanted to separate himself from Macaulay Culkin. So when he's done that and he's trying to scare him, and he's just gone, and he's giving him a bite. And Joe Pesci's an intense actor. You can imagine, it's not hard to imagine he just bit a bit. It's not like he bit his finger off. If he bit his finger off, we're having a totally different conversation.
Still, though, it's a kid,
yeah.
Yeah, but you want to make it everything's looked realistic. All the slapstick, they've been smacked in everything in this.
Yeah.
Look, like we've all said, we cringed at the nail in the foot. What would you rather have? It's all being realistic, and then all of a sudden, if he's just going to bite him,
yeah,
it's like a little puppy with a chew toy. It's not going to.
Yeah.
In theory, wouldn't work. In theory,
Yeah. Yeah. So as Harry is about to bite his fingers off, Kevin's new friend, the old scary man from next door, takes a shovel and whacks Marv over the head, flooring him. He does the same to Harry next. The old man then grabs Kevin after he saves him and says, "Come on, let's get you home." Now the police have shown up across the street as Kevin watches from his home. The police pull Harry and Marv out of the house. One cop says, "Nice move, leaving the water running. Now we know each and every house you hit." Marv says, "Remember, we are the wet bandits." And Harry kicks him and says, "Shut up, Marv." Kevin watches all of this with a huge smile on his face from across the street in the window. Harry in the cop car looks at Kevin, and Kevin smiles even harder and waves, which is a nice touch. Kevin then is shown leaving milk and cookies and carrots for Santa and his reindeer, with the stockings over the fireplace, presents under the tree. So he's made it Christmassy in the home. Kevin's mom is still driving back with John Candy's band, and she is saying how bad of a mom she is. But John says she's a better parent than any of them, explaining how they are all on the road all the time and hardly ever see their families. And then it cuts away before we go to Quentin's scenario that he laid out for us. And of course I'm referring to the rape van. Cut to a beautiful shot of the McAllister house, where it is snowing on Christmas Day. Kevin runs downstairs to see if his family returned, only to be disappointed that they are still not there. Kevin's mom then pulls up to the house from her road trip with the band, and when she yells for Kevin, Kevin's eyes light up. She notices he made a Christmas tree and set up Christmas decorations. Kevin then runs downstairs. Him and his mom come face to face. She says, "Merry Christmas, sweetheart." with a face that says, "Please forgive me." She then says, "I'm sorry, Kevin," and smiles. Kevin smiles and then gives her a great big hug. Kevin then asks where the rest of the family is, and by the way, John Williams' music is kicking in again, so it's
Oh
very
yeah,
heartwarming and
he's
everything.
he's bringing the tears with this one.
Yes, he is.
He's
welling up the
he's
emotions.
sticking the landing here. Kevin then asks where the rest of the family is, and as his mom is about to say they couldn't make it, they all burst through the door. Kevin's dad immediately goes to bear hug him. Buzz tells Kevin that it's pretty cool that he didn't burn the place down, which is his way of saying, "I'm glad you're okay." Kevin's mom asks how they got home, but the dad says they took the flight home that she didn't want to take 2 days prior, or 2 days later that they were supposed to wait for anyway. So it's taken his mom 2 days to get there. Kevin's mom then says they don't have milk, but Kevin assures them that they do because he went shopping, which shocks the family beyond belief. Buzz goes, "He went shopping? He doesn't even know how to tie his shoes." I just love how shocked Buzz is that he's like actually did something. I thought that was funny.
Did something. He's alive and well.
Yes. Kevin's dad then finds Joe Pesci's golden tooth that he got knocked out on the floor of their home. And then it cuts to Kevin going to the window to see that. And this is the most heartwarming thing for me.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
I really love it.
150%.
Yes. He goes to the window.
Film.
Yes, he goes to the window to see that the old man that he's not friends with, the old man that saved his life.
Oh, my Molly.
He's reuniting with his son that he hasn't spoken to for years because
Which
Kevin
has very weird, abnormally long hair. I thought he was hugging a daughter in this scene.
Well,
he gets to
his
that.
granddaughter up.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so he gets to that. Well, first he hugs his son, and then he hugs and kisses his son's wife.
Okay.
And then he picks up his granddaughter. Yeah. But yeah, this scene is just so heartwarming. The old man is embracing his granddaughter, and he notices Kevin in the window and waves as if to thank Kevin for his advice. So he obviously took Kevin's advice, and it's like they showed up immediately.
Yeah.
When they asked, which when you think about it, makes it even more touching. John Williams' score is really kicking in to end the film for us. And then you hear Buzz yell, "Kevin, what did you do to my room?" Kevin then runs for cover, and we cut to black while John Williams' rendition of "We Wish You a Merry Christmas" is playing. And that's how the movie ends. Best Christmas movie ever. It really is. Wow, we are at 3 hours and 47 minutes.
Sorry, Brian.
We really got to start cutting these down eventually.
This was my fault this time, man. I'll take that full send.
Come on, bro.
It's a
I got very
combination of things.
sidetracked.
We all get sidetracked all the time. But movie's over. So let's just go right to the ratings. Let's start with you, Craig. The King of Polka. How would you rate this?
Oh, it's the King of Poker. I'm going to rate it on a Christmas film scale instead of just a film scale. Because I'm not going to watch it.
I'll give this one to him. Christmas film scale is fair. Christmas films are their own category.
I'm not watching this on the 20th of May, right?
Yeah.
Let's put that.
I'm with you on that.
So it's a Christmas film scale. It's Christmas film scale. Oh God. I can think of a few more I might prefer, but it is so up there. I'm giving it a 9.98.
All right.
I could think of one or two I might prefer to watch, but it doesn't mean they're better. Just means I might prefer to watch them. But goddamn it, this film has absolutely everything. It's got the heart, that very end shot, like I said, right at the very earlier on. I said right at the very end. It's when he goes up to the window, and it is just making you well up. As the adult, watching this, you're like, oh, that is so sweet. Like, genuinely.
Yeah. As the parent too, like I think I'm the only parent on this panel here. But as a parent, some of these scenes hit you different now too, with the interactions between especially the mom and Kevin.
Can only imagine, man.
Yeah, when she comes down and he's got that. I'm still mad at you, and he has like You still
Yeah.
got a son.
Yeah, but he just lets it go
She
because
says,
he's
"I'm
happy
so
to see her.
sorry. I'm so sorry," and then he just runs up to her. Do you know what? God damn it, I'm wound up a little bit thinking about
Yeah.
it.
Yep.
And
I
and
genuinely
even, and even the, like, because obviously, like, I'm a new parent, but even like the scene between the old man and his son, who is an adult himself with his own kids, like that one was very powerful. I
You
thought
can-
that was the most powerful emotional
Yeah,
moment in the
no,
movie.
to me,
You
watching
can
it back
relate
now,
on that
yeah.
on multiple levels.
Oh,
You,
yeah.
you can feel it as an adult.
You and
as
your
an
own father,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
You know.
Exactly. But yeah, 9.98 out of
On
out
a
of 10.
Christmas scale in it.
Okay, Captain, hit us.
Captain Quintana will give it a solid 8.5. Very,
Wow.
very happy with the film. I liked it all the way through. I grew up watching the film every once in a while. But I will say this, it hit different as an adult, man. It is watching this movie now is a weird coming of age story for me because I felt like when I watched it this time around, it was I'm watching this kid that very quickly has to grow up to become a man. I feel like it kind of takes time away because as we grow older, we realize that time kind of flies by super fast, right? And you don't really realize until you hit that, let's say, 18 to 21-year-old mark, that time hits you to a degree where it's like, okay, you now have to step into this role where you now are a man. And I saw that with Macaulay Culkin's character. His parents are gone. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have anything to lean on in that sense. And I thought that he was forced to kind of grow up very quickly, and I like that. And he chose to fight rather than fly. And he was like, you know what? I'm gonna give these guys what they got coming to them. And he goes, I'm gonna fend off my household. I'm gonna wake up every morning and I'm gonna have this routine. I'm gonna shave my face. I'm gonna do what I gotta do. And this is not what this movie was meant for, maybe, but for me, this is exactly how it hit. You got to wake up every morning. You got to do what you got to do, and you gotta protect yourself. You gotta live your life, protect what's yours, and that was that. And I thought that I loved it. 8.5 is a solid review, and it hit different for me than it ever has before, and it probably shouldn't have, but it did.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I had never really thought of it like that before. That was a very interesting way to look at it, Quentin.
Quentin, quick question. Oh,
Shoot.
Quentin. Sorry. So was that in terms of your Christmas scale or film scale? In terms of Christmas films and how
I think Christmas scale, I'd give it a 9, but I like to just give it that straightforward 8.5. Christmas scale, if I just want to feel like I'm a kid again and I just want to live that Christmas thing for some reason, Grinch is like my top. That's my 10. Jim Carrey's Grinch. I love that movie with all my heart. It like makes me feel like a kid again all the way through. This movie had a weird feeling for me where it just made me feel like I was growing up really quick and I had to do it. And so it ended up being more real than it was the Christmas movie.
As long as you got a 10 that you're comparing it to, that's
yeah.
kind of...
Yeah, it had a lot of laughs through it. It had those great goofy moments, like I mentioned, going out through these 3 hours and 52 minutes. And I felt a lot more than I thought I would going into this. So it did its job.
It's great that it can do that after all these years, and it just resonance for, guys, from 26 to 41, it's got that resonance. Yeah. So that brings us to the all-important score. The meat in this sandwich.
Oh, my score isn't any more important than yours. Trust me.
Shut up.
King Boomer.
Have any of us ever rated a movie a 10 yet?
Yeah, Mummy for me.
Mummy was for you? Okay.
I think I gave it a 10.
Okay, I think you did too. All right, well, you're about to get another one because I'm rating this a 10 out of 10.
Woo!
This, and I was just thinking about Craig, what you said with the Christmas scale. This is not just Christmas scale. This is regular scale for me as well. And the reasoning for it is, I think if you took the Christmas elements out of this movie and just made this the same exact plot, but like during the summer, I still think it would be almost as big as this movie is, because I think it is one of the movies out there that is like the perfect family movie. It has something in it for everybody.
The writing would have to be so much better though, because the Christmas. I'm going to say the Christmas spirit is doing a lot of heavy lifting here.
It is. When the music score comes in, it carries certain parts.
Wanting the parents of Christmas Day when the mum comes in, and
yeah. Well, the Christmas movie definitely elevates it. That's for sure.
It elevates it. Yes, I'm not discarding that, but I think it would have to be there would have to be a lot more in it. I think for it to just it's still a 10.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it. It's literally on repeat every single day from the time Thanksgiving Day ends to the time Christmas Day comes. It is, and it's for a reason.
It's a fan favorite. It is up there between all Christmas lovers. If you're looking at your top 3, Home Alone is going to be in it no matter who you are. And I see your point of view 100%, Brian. There's just a couple of scenes in there that were like, I don't know.
Yeah, well, we haven't talked about the Muppetry scale yet, which will get a little interesting here. But before we get to that, I just the way it's.
I don't know. Where are we going on the Meltzer scale? You gave it a 10.
Oh, I'm not going Meltzer. Meltzer is when you go above 10.
Yeah.
We only go Meltzer.
You didn't even go. Oh, we didn't do Gladiator 1. Never mind.
Okay, so I feel like I have to establish this every review. Going Meltzer means going more than 10 out of 10. And until it happens, that's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be wild when it does finally happen.
We all know when that's gonna be with us. It'll be when we're doing an 8-hour review of one film.
Yeah, we gotta cut these down somehow, but we'll work on it.
I'll take the blame for this.
Chris Columbus, his direction. You can see why he's been in the game, even though he's not a more famous director. He knows what he's doing. Mm-hmm. He makes everything. I mean, if you went back and watched like the first 2 Harry Potter movies that he directed, you could see like, hey, this director knows what he's doing. He knows how to put things together.
He can't do magic because there's something magical about this film. There really is. It's just. I know that sounds not serendipitous.
No, it's magic.
There's some magic.
It is magic.
The heart and soul is all here.
Yeah, there's just something magical about this film in the aura of it.
There hasn't been magic in films for the past 10 years besides Green Book.
Okay.
Green Book.
Wow, yeah. That was the one.
Is that the one with Viggo Mortensen
and Mahershala Ali?
Oh yeah, you really love that.
That's a 10. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's a good one.
That's one for down the line. I haven't watched that since. But no, there's something magic in that film, and I think a lot of it is, it's nostalgia. So it's our expectations. We know what it is. We know what the film is. We know it's Christmas. We're in the Christmas mood when we watch it. God damn it! I put this gay jumper on to watch it. It's
looks great.
It's all these things.
I like it.
So do I. Actually, it's quite warm.
You have to wear it every review going forward.
Yeah,
even in July.
I tell you what, if I'm wearing this in July, I'm wearing only this in July. We'll be watching My Red Hot Summer.
Last thing, the last couple of things I wanted to mention about this movie. I think the performances of the cast and the choices in the cast cannot be understated because, I mean, Macaulay Culkin as Kevin, Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern as the goons, Catherine O'Hara. I mean, listen, basically Macaulay Culkin. Every kid who saw this movie was like, "That's my boy," in
Yep.
Kevin McAllister, and every kid who watched this was eventually at the end of the movie. You're like, "Yeah, I feel like she could be my mom too," in Catherine O'Hara as
As an
Kate
adult, he could
McAllister.
be my mom.
Craig.
But wait, no,
Craig.
genuinely, shut up.
But for
Genuine-
a lot of at least the United States, she was America's mom for a couple
Mom,
years
yeah.
in the
Yeah.
first and second Home Alone movies.
Can we just say how absolutely, I'm going to be very careful with my words because I'm not getting piss ripped out of you two by now. How fantastic Macaulay Culkin is in this.
Oh, he's great.
Like,
He is great.
charismatic.
I wish
Like-
his acting career would have taken off after this film instead
Yeah.
of his story being what it is. You know,
Yeah.
go ahead.
It's unbelievable how good he is as
Yeah.
a kid. You just as a kid, just acting. How many bad kid actors have you seen, or just seen a kid on any project, any like film? TV show,
90% of them are Disney that go bad.
Yeah, you just like roll your eyes at some theater kid, and you're like, "Ugh." Like,
Still
Well,
waiting for
especially
my
if you're a kid who is so highlighted, like I mean, he is the lead as
Yeah.
a kid, but like I'm immediately thinking of Craig. You might enjoy this, but the kid who plays Anakin Skywalker and
Oh my God.
Menace.
yes.
Jake
Jake
Lloyd.
Kidding me?
yeah, which is very unfortunate what happened to him.
He
Oh,
got
yeah.
bullied and he got pushed out of society. It was
Yeah,
fucked
but
up, man.
no,
I think like at that point,
Last photo I saw of him was a mugshot. So
That's so
Yeah.
sad, dude.
yeah,
And that's-
but it like
But yeah,
a situation
it was-
like
it was
that with him, he got it's at some point like if you're George Lucas, you just got to take some of his scenes out, or something
Well, it
like
wasn't
that.
just
But I
that,
guess
I
they
mean,
didn't do
when he
that.
was
Jake
on-
Matthew Lloyd. Jake Lloyd.
yeah, Jake Lloyd. Yeah, but even in what was it called? Not Last Action Hero. It's Turbo Time.
Turbo
uh,
Time.
Christmas film. Jingle All the Way.
What?
Oh, with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Oh.
Jake Lloyd's Lloyd's
and
the son.
Sinbad.
Yeah,
Is he?
and- yeah.
I can't remember
I-
because I only watched that like once. I didn't care for that one very much.
Yeah, like Arnie misses his karate presentation, and to make it up, Arnie promises to buy him anything in the world, and then he comes up with, "I want the Turbo Man with the kung fu action grip," and he just lists off everything that he's seen on the adverts, and it's just like the most annoying. Like
Yeah.
English kid, we have the English equivalent of that, but it's just the American kid who's just, I want the doll that does this, and this, and when I don't get it, I'm just gonna spit my dummy out, and you'll see me on my Sweet 16 in like 8 years' time, crying about how I wanted a Tesla instead of a BMW. It's just that they've got that energy about them, and it's just like, oh god, you just set yourself up for failure there, son. So we went from that to Anakin Skywalker, where every geek in the world just hated him, and then and
Such a shame, man.
how could at that young age, how could you not like? Even though we
Right.
didn't have like Twitter and social media, how could
Even Hayden Christensen in his later acting, he was so hated.
He
It's
was
the
he was
Anakin
really
curse,
good.
man. He was so great in it. And then he did the Jumper movie, which I loved personally.
I actually really did. That was Samuel L. Jackson as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, Samuel Jackson. Another really
Mace
good movie.
Windu after Mace Windu coming after
Yeah.
Darth Vader.
And even Hayden Christensen, man, it's like they couldn't find an actor, the fans at that time points, they couldn't find an actor that they would have been happy with, and they got pushed out, they got casted out, and then thankfully Anakin got his return through Ahsoka, which Ahsoka, you can call the show what it is, but those scenes with Ahsoka and Hayden were the most magical thing as a Star Wars fan that I ever could see on screen, to see Hayden come back.
I was there for Ahsoka.
Right? You were there or you weren't there?
I meant for oh god, I'm forgetting her name now.
Phantom Menace,
The
Clone
actress
Wars.
No,
Hayden?
the actress who plays Ahsoka.
Oh, starts with an R.
Rosario Dawson.
Thank you.
Rosario Dawson, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't like her
I was-
as Ahsoka. I like.
I couldn't give him two craps. I was there for Rosario Dawson.
Oh,
She's
that's why
got-
you watched it.
All right, so what do we got? We got Muppet meter now.
Yeah, it's Muppet meter. I'll start with this one. I gave it an 88. 88 miles per hour. like
Really?
Back to the Future.
Ooh.
Yeah, because a lot of these, it's basically because of all the booby traps and stuff.
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
he
it
sets up.
is. It's the booby
It's-
trap transfer.
Without it, it would be lower,
Okay.
much lower actually. But a lot of these, almost every single trap that he sets up would like severely injure these guys. So the fact that they get up from these and are still walking around,
Anger and hatred.
The Muppet meter has to be pretty high. But for me, once you start getting in the 90s of the Muppet rating, that's when
You need some
your
justification.
actual rating has to come down.
Yeah.
You know, so I gave it a really high Muppet rating for a 10 out of 10 regular rating. But it's mainly because of the booby traps and stuff that he
Fair.
sets up in the house. How about you guys?
Okay, Quentin, you go.
I'll give it a 60 on the Muppet meter. 60.
Is that all?
Yeah. So I mean, you had Macaulay Culkin setting them up. You had Kevin setting up the booby traps. You had him laying them out, and there's some that clearly could have been avoided, but that's part of the film. So I knocked some points down. I knocked some points up for that. But you still showed him setting up these booby traps. It wasn't like they just walked in and these booby traps were all set up. I thought it was great. You know, you show this kid setting him up, and he's obviously smart as all hell. The kid's a genius. He's just misunderstood by the parents. Once again, reading too deep into it. But I liked it. I thought that the Muppet Reader wasn't super high. There was some great goofiness in there. It played to the film very, very well. But most importantly, they showed him setting up the booby traps. The guys were obviously idiot criminals when they walked in on 90% of these booby traps. There's, most of the time they should have realized that they were booby traps. But at the same time, I loved that they showed Kevin setting up the booby traps. I like the science behind it all. Let me put the glue there. Let me put the feathers here with the fan. Let me set up the nail here. They showed it, and I thought it was great. I thought it was all part of the plot, and I not super high in the Muppet Meter. I thought it was all for the comedic value, and I loved it.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I'm going to go just a little bit extra. I'm going to go 88.8 miles per hour. So even when I was traveling back in time, I get there arriving doing 8.8 miles an hour. Reasons. Everything Quintano said, except he had 1 hour. He drew blueprints.
Yeah, dude. The fucking I saw the diagram that he draws out. I'm like, that is so detailed. That would take him all night to draw.
Not only that, so you got to think if he's drawing blueprints and this is where it's going to. He's got a pre-checklist. He's got a pre-plan before it gets to this stage, right? Just setting up as this 8-year-old. To this day, I don't know how he. Well, I'm guessing he tied one end to the inside of the house for his zip line, threw it out the window, went down, picked it up, carried it. That would have taken me the whole afternoon. Just as an 8-year-old, I would have made a whole afternoon out of that, taking it across to the treehouse across the way. He's then going to create a bicycle bar thing that goes across it. Every single thing that he's got to put in place, he's got an hour to do this, which includes him running home from the church.
Did he not do it before he went to the church? What is there showing that he didn't do it before he went to the church?
The montage. He's doing a lot of the. There's a montage of him doing all the stuff, like he's setting up
And that's after he goes to the church?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, because he comes out of the church and then goes home, and that's when he's like, I must defend this house. But he's
And
only
then he
got
he
like
pulls
an
the
hour or
blueprint.
two to set all this shit up. So he
Right.
he draws an entire diagram of what he's going to do that would have taken like 5 hours.
I'll give you that.
So he's putting like the
Yeah.
the trip pen. He's putting the paint cans. He's getting the the ornament. Okay, granted, these things don't take minutes. Only take a few minutes at a time. But it's saying, oh, we're going to put the string for the tripwire. Got to go find the string and then get it set up, and just the little things of getting it set up so it's really taught properly. So it's going to trip them, and it's just the little things like that. That's complete muppetry. The dad's dismissed, like everyone's dismissed it, like Uncle Frank. Fucking hell, Muppet meter alert! Jesus Christ, you little jerk!
Look what you did, you little jerk.
Yeah.
And
I
then
love
when
that.
when they're in France, the mum said he pulls out this prawn ring. I don't know. Do you have prawn rings in America?
What'd you say? Prawn?
Prawn.
Okay.
Yeah, prawn, as in the seafood. And then, so essentially,
We
it's
call
like
them shrimp here, Quentin.
Yeah.
shrimp. Okay, shrimp ring.
Prawns
So
are actually a
essentially-
lot bigger than shrimp. They can be like this
Yes.
long.
Yeah.
Oh, it depends. Yeah, here they're all essentially just little small bite size.
Yeah, we make a distinction here. I think when we think prawn, we think of a giant one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well,
Anyway,
we have
sorry.
king prawn. They're exactly the same. They are just exactly the same thing. Crocodile Dundee's got a lot to answer for. You have a little a plate, a sort of circular plate size thing. All around the edge is just prawns in a ring. And in the middle, you'll have like a little sort of inbuilt bowl, and it'll just be like with $1,000 dressing or whatever, and you just like get your prawn, dip it in. And he's giving them out, and they say, "Oh no, that's for later. Go back to earlier." So he's giving things out for later. He's just ignoring them, just being a complete arsehole of a brother-in-law. Earlier on, he's not paying for pizza. The guy's a fucking muppet to the nth degree. He's not paying for the pizza. He's, look what you did, you little jerk. You're ruining our holiday. I'm getting.
If it makes you
free to go on
feel any
holiday.
better, I left my reading glasses at home.
That line.
Yeah, just be like, how insensitive could you actually be, and how little are you showing you care about the predicament
Anybody.
they're in? The whole family being complete arseholes to Kevin. Granted, he fits right in, but it's just disingenuous. But also the muppetry that at the end, all the magical Christmas fairy dust hits the right people. The guy's son comes back, family comes back, like his mum comes not 2 seconds later, the whole family arrives right after he's welcome. Everything, that's all muppetry. It's all magical, beautiful muppetry. And 88.8. And
Right.
Yeah.
Sweet. Anything else you guys want to touch on before we hop on out of here? I think we covered everything.
I think we covered it all.
Certainly hope we did.
Yes.
Over 4 hours. But yeah, it's an awesome movie. There's a reason
movie.
why it's every single time around the holidays. It's literally on repeat on certain movie channels here. Well, actually, regular cable channels here. If you just hop around on channels on cable near Christmas time here in the States, the chances of landing on Home Alone are like literally like 9 out of 10.
For sure.
So it's playing on some
worth
channel.
the watch. It's absolutely worth the watch. It's heartfelt.
Oh God, yes.
It's hard
no denying
in
that.
the right place. That's one thing I can't say enough about this film. Its heart is so in the right place.
If you want a good laugh,
They
if you
made the-
celebrate Christmas, you need to watch this. You don't even need to celebrate Christmas in order to enjoy this movie.
I don't think there's a person watching this who hasn't watched this
Yeah.
at least a dozen times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if they have only made it 10 minutes through, they've still watched it a dozen times. It's a treat to see. It's a treat to revisit. And yeah, there was an extra 10 of those Muppet points. Old Man Marley's bondage boots. He had some kinkier.
Yeah, those
had
boots
some
were
kinky
crazy. I didn't know
aspects.
what I was gonna expect, like a fucking gimp walking out of a cage or what.
Yeah.
Because they weren't. You call them what's rain boots? There was it? Is that what you call them?
I don't know.
They look
You
more
know,
like
rain
snow
boots?
boots.
They
They
look
look
more
more
like-
like snow boots.
I'd say BDSM boots for sure.
Yeah, I'd say BDSM, but because we have
Yeah.
wellies here, but wellies are just like they're like waders that fishers wear. So I'll have like braces on, and they'll have like the whole bottom of their half is just like leg shaped plastic, so nothing, they can wade into the water. Is that completely a British thing? I'm guessing so, because you two
It
look
might
blank.
be. It might be. I think it's also
but-
because we're both tired as hell.
I'm so tired. I'm like,
Trying to keep my eyes open right now.
Yeah. Well, let's
What
go
time-
ahead and wrap this up so we can move on to the next one. Which, Craig, do you know what the next one's going to be?
It is going to be by a young up and comer who he's got a promising future. I believe his name is Christopher Nolan.
Yes.
I think he's doing a film about black holes in space, something like that.
You are red hot there,
And-
sir.
yeah.
And all right. Let's get into it.
All right.
That's
All
right.
right.
All right. Well, that's the teaser for next. It's Interstellar. If you haven't picked up on that by now, we are doing it because it is the 10th anniversary, and me and Quentin actually went and saw it together in IMAX, which was a real treat. It was a real treat to see that on a massive screen again. But we'll talk about that next week. In the meantime, if you made it this far, you are the MVP of this, because I don't know how you made it this far. So
Through
I
all
am
the
King
champions.
Boomer, Captain Quintano, and Craig, the King of Polka himself. We are out of here, and we will see you guys next time. Have a great day. Peace out.